ene edebi so esa so na MPs no current MPs na former MPs womo ebeto womo so aba enti ya na wa share no so enso sa so na representative Emma Zongo Caucus womo so ebeto aba ene there asiedu nketi a general mosquito afi ena general C park no so na owe general kotade na ehye no a aha ene o sha kotade no ena de ne bubom sa sidie bubom sa ena general enamu ena ewiem nsuso no enkrofo so yi hom nsa esa de won pese on bese sam bisa no general kotade no enamu ena ne nkrofo no so no wo nyina so edi extreme ai enti owe general as usual akotade ena general edenam park so ai na sidie de bubom sa ena enemu ono akra hwana osowa semie na nam park so ena akra fancy de mesi behwe se wani wo TV so ena wi abre wa akra sports stadium na ya akwaba
me yenia
wa bo aduma papa ayese mu ayese
wanda
nana
tole bia aduma odu bia na wo ya abre
easy why
before you be able to taste a general secretary who is vying to be a chairman and also get the attention of the former president enough so nti ya monya sharp na aduma ne ya monya manisi now be na wo na order number 1 na tumi abo all them say
why are there the interviews we here with Tekwe and some of the former appointees are excellent and we shall say that now
yes general mosquito
yes
obi any window me atwa no
yes
obi any window yeah me too say
yes so
obi ya ma me thumbs up say
okay
wa sha na kotare
that's right
sa kotare no unim me kai say time I ku no mo ayeden 2008
yes
time abato no aye bibia wo ho e pai ya yes akwa run off no
time ye decider
sabra na time ye decider no
yes
sabra na easy aye hye e ma man na ekran krante e de atwa easy wahia no ese edu katia na fa na kotare wodi nam eye nipa ni mu ane wodi na aye pagya ni mu atra ese ne de besi ye enei wo ba hei akotare na hye no sa akotare na hye no me kai se sa akotare no parliament bra na aye den no omo pe speaker na emu aye hye na omo pe mpanyimfo ma na support ese edu katia ba parliament no hye sa akotare no edit parliament and aduni nyina no asatare na tum say consultation was going back and forth na Alban Sumana Kingsford Babe why speaker that akotare na namehu look me say time na MPP election time it is when the general secretary will borrow park and so and who said no change is coming it is looking like change is coming. I am telling you.
Hold it. What say? What share Vima or the Rua Park in the so? Na or church delegates no. Who say? Bibi bet me as
yes, sometime no.
Delegates
in Aba.
Okay.
Sabrano make a luncheon of the then general secretary.
Okay.
John Bwedu.
Okay.
The whole place was packed. The whole place was full.
Yes.
The whole place was occupied. Just say, menum sio. Ma belentia na babia ayehye.
Okay.
John bae wonya dede but nay general secretary of IPP wo bae no na dede na no ode. Then you could see people doing this.
As a crofo say
you could see people doing this.
Just woman say
time I see edu nkete eba no.
Yes.
Wo bae a wo rolling the glass. Me hu say wa she sa akotare na me ka ho asem kire wo service pa
Bena oyo thumbs up sir
I am two
yes
no I am say
yes
owie na me say general bibia de dana kwam no say ane atom and na wo hwe dom ene said your ba ha said your man for budget so na agro na no ayeden anu ayese bibia betimi asi bibia ebetimi asi
earlier na me catch say MPs ni mu ache
mama me mo amane say former president aba
waba o madika ye ho
waba watena se
oni professor Nana Ajino Poku Ajimai former chief of staff Julius Debra Womunyina de na chia.
Felix Ofosu Kwache.
Womunyina de na chia womo ne ene
Now
ba.
Oba no and Johnson and Sedun Ketia clash. It is clashing as in they both came at the same time. One day Sedun Ketia for main gate.
Adia ba ko no say am say na wo extra hanom no. Time one na general ebedru honom no. Anchemom and a former president so no ebedru ho. But on obedru and just straight up or sha say watch cha. General me who say na odi na chia. And I only confide through what was also later obedru hanom no. But you never say coincidence there. And minimum how it to play and how normal possibility me answer on that aspect.
You know, sir, usually security wise, yeah. Sir, if there's any function like this, sir, what happens is that executives in that Nasi answer former president Abba. Yeah. In fact, sometime Nana John Mahama, your president, no me Congress, John Mahama, His Excellency Bet Nasi, answer the late Jerry John Rawlings Abba.
Last hour.
Which security wise, no, and can yes, and say, found himself as usual. Former president, yeah, former president Jerry John Rawlings, one no performance saying, I bet you what to. Papa no performance, papa. 18 court, I see by this time, go my. I can't do her. Go back train. Now, how about my Beno, Sabreno, say national anthem, say party anthem, say who be dying? Who be dying? Manaba be the first say, answer ya to us, any idea. But it's been nice. At the moment, the delegates the market say, one more market about former president at Nasi. 80 years and check, Jumedi and the best started. But a Yema was so cry. There's a bit of shaking.
Sure.
Exactly where the shaking is and what will happen, I don't know. But contest are not the Wanda. I know she. And yet done deal, sir. It is not a done deal, but something will happen.
Nana earlier, Mekatron said, he said, you can say, and yet done deal. Because we're a contest, and we're Eshe. And delegates in summer warm or aircam. And he said, and America said, Oko Parliament to MPs no. Nana Mwache. A champion by maybe Son Richard. Or can't say,
Chris Dugan.
I can say, and Mwache. And a quack said, Nana Bibia Timisi. And Nana, am I a real free, sir? Osha baby a general secretary free Buna region Oya baby sir and so and the eastern regional and national chairman and some of us one powerful and so Efra a quack say will be a fee at the power of fear. Oh yeah, and now many bonofone Edding come up. One more can say they are ready and everything is in line, sir. One more day they almost support Ebema and a general secretary. I see you doing Katia. When the eastern foreigners to do come Almost so tired, almost so the end also. Echi. The say Ashanti region, Central region, Northern region, and some of the regions. Almost so the end a woman. And also back to baby. And this year alone, General Secretary, woman Ashanti region, no less than 16 times.
Yeah.
Okay, the regional elections are course. They were near intense. No BFC at least. Woman crop also by the front line. And also so beboa wamo nna no so extra be say within the regional elections no so a course no susu so no so betumi
no but wonder on this unim say even in the general elections
yes
there was 16 regions but out of the 16 regions no one region the padom eto aba ho no say consent ko ho a etumi dane
sure
you can win as much as 8 regions but that region alone can change things. Which is Ashanti region.
Wamunya says around 50,000 2020 elections no. Anyasa.
Yes.
Yes.
80. Now Enyamwa said they went there as much as 6 times because that region holds a number of delegates. Omudo Swan wo metwaba. 80 so betimi win. Now we need certain regions you suddenly win the elections. Enti ebe I know bad thing.
And no grandpa, you know, some of the seats who are not one more lucid than they say, if you just say, drop on so you know, one more SI edge in the back. Now, if you say, one more so concordant within the region. Now, back one now for air can say, a front planes, a horn so sector horn. na nkofo fi say na ye ho omo de edada and later ni nyina so no
Peja mic ne kakra peja mic no. Okay. Ma mic ne kasa gu mic nim.
Okay.
Aha. To aso.
Okay. Na me kan be say ohwe seat bia na womo edikan elusu dada na womo etimi eje ne back na e tro say na womo are ready a wom betumi aje some of the seats na womo elusu dada and ohwe mpempenso a na ababedu na awomunya more than 650,000 votes na tro here na be here say NDC na womo are ready say at least some of the votes bia na akwapen we are ready say na one beje and womo abom homoden kakra as compared to 2016 na season bi so no every womo say hona na make na say na me mic no e ma no
me did you say nche dumedi ni be frase here because the former president Albert Nasi we are waiting for the chairman of the party chairman of Oswampofo eduma na edin bebe edin pa bebe ebilika ye tu ha no anya ize ba ye beto aso aye ni aye mana ye kama ade a nei ye twen chairman bedupe dumedi ni be frase here and we will see where the elections no wam to abawi a ebe hu be de ebe kwa kodro former president abedie ente usually ya oba one ne yire nanam ene the former first lady is not here maybe na minim se wetia ne na chi kakra ne sanka wa ha minim se wetia ne na chi kakra minim se former first lady wetia ne na chi kakra
na akase national chairman so ebedru ha so obi abehwe anim se hawa wono so be anta na womode atoto no ma bi ho na yahwe the euphoria and so ha because and so be kasapa.
I'm wondering where he is at the moment. Okay. Because I was thinking
11 hour na bibia to me see e bi ono so no if you say bibia ma say dey see etia bibia ntodin bibia to me see at 11 hour
na delegate no omanya ba o almost all of them are here omunya nyema de but you could see say kwandi them come now I was thinking say bia chairman beba as a former president aba but former president aba chairman nya medue enti ye hwe ni mo say dwumade no be start na afa ye tumi e de ahyehyɛ so me hu say MC no a start kasa enti ye hwe say betimi etie de ekoso wo
okay.
And I'll be doing this with the MP for Buem, the Honorable Kofi Adams, who will join me on the stage after our prayers. For now, we'll take our Christian prayer that is coming from Prophet Jerry John Ahima of the Greenhouse Chapel International. Prophet Jerry Ahima from the Greenhouse Chapel will give us the Christian prayer.
Hallelujah. Choboy. Please, with all humility, I will ask for us to be on our feet for a short word of prayer. With all humility, shall we please rise up on our feet in respect to our God, our Maker, for a word of prayer? Shall we pray? Father, in the name of Jesus, we appreciate you for the gift of life. We thank you, O God, for bringing all the delegates, all the aspirants, all our founding fathers of this party from their various places to bring us together in this stadium for this Congress. We appreciate you for this gift of life. We pray committing this very program before thee. We ask that your presence will be with us. I come against any evil expectations of the enemy. They are there watching to what will become of us on today's Congress. Let their evil expectations fail. We declare for peace. We declare for unity. We pray for the aspirant, those that has the party at heart, those that has the nation at heart, those that believes the values of our party. Lord, let the heart of all the delegates favorably turn to that person to take up that position deserved. For we know, for the hope of Ghana in the coming 2024 our election, we believe that Ghana is waiting for a party like this to take over and to bring the blessings that you have ordained for our nation, Ghana. Thank you, God, that we have a successful Congress and election. Indeed, this election is sanctified, justified, modified, and being glorified. In Jesus' precious name, we pray with thanksgiving. Amen and amen. Put your hands together for the Lord. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prophet Jerry John Ahima of the Greenhouse Chapel International. Let me now welcome Colonel Retired Umar Sanda Ahmed. He is for the Ghana Armed Forces, and he's also a former ambassador to Egypt. He will come with his imams to say a prayer for our Muslim prayer section.
Once again, may we be upstanding for the Muslim prayer. One rise for the Muslim prayer. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Allah, we thank you for once again bringing us together for the purpose of electing our leaders to lead this country the way forward. We pray for all those in leadership, because you have said in the Quran, you give authority to whom you chose. And you take it and give it to whoever you decide. Allah, as we congregate this morning, we ask you to let peace be the message, and that we shall hold this country together as we move forward in the next general elections coming. Allah, unto you we look for assistance and sustenance. And we say, Allahumma iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Allahumma ihdina ila siratika al-mustaqim. Sirata allazina an'amta alayhim. غير المكتوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Thank you very much, Colonel Retired Umar Sanda Ahmed. He is former Chief Imam for the Ghana Armed Forces and also the former ambassador to Egypt. We move on to our traditional leaders now. They will come right in front of me and give us their traditional prayer. So let's welcome Numo Noi Osikan III, Clote Nadu Wulomo, Numo Kofi Chewa IV, Mahia Wulomo, Ni Sama Klanche I, Su Kajano Manche, Kole Clote Wanyo, Ni Obu, and Ni Sai Kwame. We welcome them to give us the traditional prayer for this afternoon.
Ago Chamakanyama. Ago Chamakanyama. Ago Chamakanyama. No one ever way.
Akago Chamakanyame. Ago Aomekame. Akago Mene Ashime. Mene Ashiho. Nema ho. Nama ho. Wabaloma wo. Wabaloma wo chain diam ponke ngasa siafia. Atani bongo chipon. Obo jenkoji. Obo kanai. Obo shonkekoi. Obo shiaketei. No bo adesign ke wumi. Wake ina akpa. Lebine bo kan frad ne chon. No John ami. Nika shinu no fiani abakaja ode e yo manye. Efe hwelemo. Efe noya. Efe wala se chele. Ham go femoko. Ke kui ni wo yo bi ene. Wakago. Oh, Sukloten yo kan shanka. Diama foma konu we. Ah, fio group. San frek bon kwema konu. Obeneso ma konu. Nyanje ma konu. Dudu kwema konu. Osutu ma konu. Nadua ma konu. Bake ma konu. Aunu masakwa ma konu. Kuma mensa ma konu. Obu ma konu. Onya ma konu. Obu ma konu. Adukwe ma konu. Okpala ma konu. Okuma ma konu. Sa ma konu. Bentu ma konu. Ni okwa ma kosi abi fenye kunu nwa. Adare ma konu. Chawe ma konu. Omado ma konu. Aduso ma konu. Anklo ma konu. Kweku ahitan ma konu. Gua kakadono. Owi ayaye me tolo bi tolo afieka afioko. Opobi ajenkwa do. Tete abo kakra ku nye fenye kunu ka jomo jomo jwa. Osudare ma konu. Asambra ma konu. Tabakolonto ma konu. Sen kofi sen kwa nye fenye kunu nwa ka jomo jomo. Na kole abo. Aboyo, Fofie, Kusheku, Kwakubli, Katamanso, Bonso, Emisa, Aye, Infojo, Akroma, Akotia, Asibi. Agboyenio, Busunchi, Busumpra, Nefenya Kunika Jomo Juno, Abajoao. Akanya machanya klubia bife. Ninyi machanya nkro. Shina cham kuncha nyefe. Nche ka jo buto abra ka juta agbe langma ka jelama ka agbe adansha. Adansha ka agbe koyi. Ka je koyi ka agbe woyi. Nye brubru ne ncho Me nchanye hwe. Me nchanye ma. Me nchanye okanyo Me nchanye nshi ajo nim la kwen. Me no ocho nye lebi ne. Won chanye yo manye na. Aka waka ne be achikete. Achikeba. Lele wakui niji NDC mene afon shiki kenjie senu taloi konu pa ikoko men lele amu momente atwa ajiami ne won fo shiki ne ni hia ajo ni mlako ajo am ko femoko ne afon shiki ne ni amu ga jiamu aba ne afon shiki ne ni manson aba hia afon shiki ne ga twenjole akem ogana ma ne twenjola amani wafon shiki ne ni twenjola aba ko no ya aba ko ni shole mo aba ni kuniyele akekle akefu wo fe wo ncho ake kuniyele ko ke wo yo bi ene adro wo fe ni endi school ame fe to mo blue block ku ni anya akanya ko amemi lele ka me fe ko me pe amacho ma ka ye hin ni amacho party ka ya hin won bi jo mo ke ha me onugba ni yo me yiwala na mo ko fe mo ko ni yiwala ame se no talo ni ji ame papa nji drumman John drumman ni mama anye den wo che fe anye den amama me fe me nte twe so lo pa na ko ni atehia wa me na me ka hia me ni bi ni ama fe follow na won bule fa won show me fe wa me se ko ni hia ajo ni mla akwen na aji abo ame ko ni yele e fe ame no ka me se bi fe ko ni am twa Ghana ma machi twa no ma edwan bla wo fe. Agago cheme kenyeme o kutu bife min cheka jo butu ka agbe langba ka lama ka agbe adansho ka agbe koyi ka jo ka agbe woyi ise apo lele ne chobie ke hu lele tanu wo chwa alo tani end school e chwa je ametani nye tani e kumi ami onye jo am na me chwa tani ni hia jo ni mla ko on try any kuniyele afi wa fami no aja me kaja ho me kaja mo ami no ni afi ho me kaja mo nyeduma se afi ni wa fro ba juno hwa me no ko ni hia jo ni mla akwen try no ma adwan bla wo fe ka me fe
no mo na ma no mo eko
eke cheme kaja me na nu hwe se anya ya ka fe la jo ni aka sure se na nu hwe se am ko ni hia jo ni mla akwen e fon fe wo se
Numo eko modern.
Thank you very much for such wonderful prayers that was said for our great party and the success of this Congress, the 10th Delegate Congress. The prophet who said the Christian opening prayer, the Imam, and the Ulumas are exchanging pleasantries with the VVIPs on the high table. We thank you so much for doing us these honors. Wonderful prayers have been said. And after this, the only party which was established, inaugurated with an anthem, is the National Democratic Congress. Our party was specially established. It was specially formed. And so the next moment is to take a few minutes to have our anthem done. So I invite everybody to be on his or her seats as we take the party's anthem. Thank you very much.
Suzuza. Arise for Ghana, of the land, for weather and seek your future, development our God, from vision to victory, the NDC shall lead, stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity, from vision to victory, the NDC shall lead, stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity.
Strength in unity. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. A round of applause for this wonderful anthem. Now that the prayer has been said, the party's anthem has been done, and the atmosphere is charged, Congress will be called to order. And we are having no less a person, but the coordinator of all the Congress planning committees who saw through the effective planning of this Congress to do us that honor. I invite to the podium Honorable Alex Segbefia.
Good afternoon to everybody. On behalf of the former president of this country, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, on behalf of the National Executive Committee, which set up the Congress Planning Committee, I call Congress to order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex Segbefia. We now call on the regional chairman, the host region, Mr. Ni Ashimo, to give us his welcome address. Indeed, we are rallying for Victory 2024, and this is our 10th Delegates Congress, and we are having it in the capital of this country, Accra. So we invite the regional chairman, Comrade Ni Ashimo, to give us the welcome address.
Your Excellency, the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, and your 2020 running mate, Professor Nana Opoku Agyemang, the National Chairman, Honorable Ofosu Ampofo, the General Secretary, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, all national executives, Council of Elders, regional executives of the party, Council of Elders of the region, honorable members of parliament, present and past, former government appointees, representatives from government and other political parties, colleagues, regional chairman, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished aspirant, esteemed delegate, ladies and gentlemen, Nime, Name, Wombanyeme, Omade, all protocol observed, as we say in Ghana, Wahanyeko. It is my utmost pleasure to speak to you today to welcome most cordially to the 10th National Delegates Congress of the great NDC family. As a host region, on behalf of the Greater Accra region, I extend my warmest to you all who have traveled near and far here with us today, and those joining us with the various medium, radio, TV, social media, for this historic moment which defined and shaped the course of the National Democratic Congress. On behalf of the executives and all members of the NDC in the region, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the National Executive Committee, Organizing Committee of this year's Delegates Conference for Choose Accra as a host region. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today's event is to clamor the enormous collective effort which began some months ago at our branches as we seek to reorganize to ready ourselves for the back-breaking task of sending the elephant into the bush 2024 and beyond. My task today is pretty simple: to welcome the kingmakers of our party, especially the Greater Accra kingmakers, the esteemed delegates, aspirants, and let me welcome you and also make you feel comfortable. And today, as we make the decision for the people, the men and women who lead us into the 2024 elections. So I am not here to serve you with the burden of long speech, but kindly permit me the latitude to share a few words with you. His Excellency the incoming President, having recently assumed the office, the NDC Greater Accra, under my chairmanship, is committing itself to Agenda 25, which will give the NDC the clear government in 2024 and form a majority in Parliament as well. Having increased our seat from 13 in 2026 to 20 in 2021, we are of the firm belief that these numbers can be increased to 25 with commitment, dedication, hard working, and unity. Unity underlined as someone who has tasted both defeat and victory, I fully appreciate the highs and the lows of elections, the thrills, the excitement, the teasing, the headache, and the heartbreaks, and sometimes the insult. This has been part of our elections, unfortunately, but we have remained resolute and forged ahead as one. Internal contests do test the bond as a unit to the extreme point, but cannot break us, and we must not be breaking. The Right Honorable Aban S.K. Babin once said, and I quote, "If you want to lead me," and I said no, "why must you be angry?" As politicians, we must understand. Sometimes, in the heat of the campaign, our language becomes revolting and unpalatable, but we must not lose sight of the danger ahead of us, which requires our collective interest overcoming. The beauty of democracy is the contest of ideas and its accompanying overskill. I will not be the one to judge the wrong or the right. I will tell you for the fact that if we don't regroup to reorganize our dream for reclaiming this economy from its current mess, our dreams will not be realized. Our differences during internal election should not define our collectives. The thrills, the teasing, the heartbreak cannot separate us in the interest, nor divide us in the purpose as we seek the holy cause of breaking the chain of Nana Akufo-Addo and Bawumia bondage. In the running up of this process, it is birth of a new dawn, the march towards the recapturing of Power 2024 under the able leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I urge all delegates to stick to the doctrine of democracy, no losers, but at the end, it is our collective interest and single force of defining us. Alexander the Great once said, "Remember upon the conduct of each dependent the fate of all. Comrades towards one another. Our words should be kind and accommodative, not antagonistic. Our action considerate, as the pitch of time does not affect us a great time and a deal to show down with the elephant. Unity, they say, is strength. We will not be using the precious time of post-Congress resolving issue, singing the unity among party members, when we could use that period in chasing the elephants to where it belongs to. His Excellency, the piano has both black and white keys, and yet to achieve the melodious chord and a beautiful tune and music, both keys, and as like the piano, the NDC Congress will produce winners and losers, but to rally for power 2024 and build the Ghana we want, we need both victors and losers to join the forces as one. To the esteemed delegates, campaign team members, social media communicators, I implore you to be moderate in your victory and gracious in your defeat. Our candidate can only win or lose, but if at the end we need at each other for 2020 victory. To the distinguished candidate, remember what the old book says in Matthew 20:28, and I quote, "But it shall not be among you, but whosoever be a great among you, let him be your leader." Leadership is opportunity to serve. As we seek the mandate of the delegates to lead them, may we be humble to be at the service of the people. May we not forget our promises and commitment, delivering hope and aspiration to our people. if there is any commodity, the NDC must. If there is any commodity for the NDC, it must be a hope. We must be ready as leaders to sacrifice our comfort and our luxuries for the greater cause, reclaiming our beloved country from this mess situation and bring the country back on track as a youth can have hope and the dreams of Ghana we want. A Ghana where prosperity is earned, brilliancy is rewarded, and all rights are respected. Comrades, once again, I welcome you to the 10th Delegates Congress, and I wish all aspirants very best, and may we have a successful Congress. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Great and crash chairman now in Castle Casano. Casane Wakakra, so a band day. On a chairman, Great Accra, so welcome. Delegates now to Great Accra. Now, on some more kind now, bonnet of our unity and Cabum home common or what I say, Obibe Winnie, Obibe Lusu. And he said, I went through and 2 costs to Bebeno. One shiny ye no more Emma Tinti. When you and Chino, I know your dinner, a better hard. And he won't come home now about 20 years. Wamon Concord because or soon Croko, no woman in a case, and ya a catamanso. And today the Aquan woman shall no more and cacao mon some siani, Sabaya, Bibia Bequariano, Nan Cabo Morisha, woman Saka, now over to me at the Aquan at the Aqua 2024. Maybe, I said, chairman way, Chris Dugai, or chairman way. Chris, or chairman way. Microphone away. What's say? Na Obasa saying, say former president Abba, general secretary Abba. Why?
This is a man of strategy. He will be here.
What is the man of what?
A man of strategy.
Man of strategy.
Chairman will be here.
Chairman will be here. Yeah, vampire Jano. Christian prayer, Muslim prayer, any traditional prayer.
Don't worry, he will be here.
Obeba.
Don't worry.
And he's seeing things differently.
Oh, don't worry.
The imagine one right go yentino to me.
Not at all.
Sir.
It is going to be a tsunami.
It will be what?
A tsunami.
A tsunami.
I am telling you.
Nothing
will change.
Nothing will change.
No man or woman can change.
But it's not here.
They say nothing will change.
Delegates no wa
So chairman can set the record.
They
say, don't worry about that. The process of chairman alone is speaking. So don't worry.
But program I started now chairman. Current chairman of the NDC.
Done deal.
Now what?
We know what we are doing, don't worry.
Sir.
Yes.
Now tell my microphone man. Because when the air cost one is the chairman now. So currently he is the leader of the party.
Don't worry.
What's it?
He's having meetings upon meetings. So
he's still having meetings.
Say, very soon
after all the campaigns.
Chairman will be here.
And no, do the
not the presence of chairman here. I say he'll be here.
He'll be here.
The place will turn very soon.
Sir.
I'm telling you, the atmosphere will change.
He will come and the atmosphere will change.
I am telling you, mark it on the wall. Say
but when I say Dunketia came, you could hear some noise.
Oh, a jamboree.
What's it?
A jamboree.
I say Dunketia noise near jamboree.
Jamboree. Very empty.
My mama phones currently they are calling the delegates. No, how many able bomb you? One more better about the able bomb. They are mentioning their names near here.
You need delegates, so you don't have a problem.
Mokwada
I am telling you. Now, how many?
Doesn't mean campaign baby Beno and Thomas. Why? There's something happened and when you ran out as a campaign
we are done.
You are done.
We've won the elections already.
You have won
the votes are in the fridge.
Votes in our fridge.
We will just open and put it in.
Asa.
I'm telling you. We have holistically brought the delegates from various regions to Accra to endorse some of the sample.
You just physically brought them to endorse.
We holistically brought them. Nothing will change.
Nothing will change.
Chairman will be chairman.
C for C.
C for C. Chairman for chairman.
Na chairman you lose and then nebesi.
No, that word it can happen. The word lose is not fine.
C for C will not lose.
Nothing will change.
But C for C is not here.
No woman can stop it. It's a prophetic decision.
It's a prophetic decision.
Nobody can stop it.
So for Ben Ashamonkom.
Nobody can stop it.
Nobody can stop it.
We've won the elections already. Read my lips.
I should read your lips.
Read my lips.
Say it, let me hear.
I may say, in America, we don't change commander-in-chief when we are at war. In America.
But they say your commander-in-chief is weak.
Don't worry. This commander-in-chief is present.
They said your commander-in-chief, when they were voting for speaker, he was asleep.
This commander-in-chief is present any day, any time.
They said your commander-in-chief did not collect resource. He doesn't have any resource. He couldn't command well 2020 election.
If you go into election and you lose, and you have to lose your position, then I said Katia should have been sacked for long. He didn't have
but
for how long? You see, this is act of bad faith and hypocrisy. He's acting on bad faith. After 2 years of elections, I mean, let's move on. Let's see. I do call on the General Secretary. He should move from analog and come to 2022. We are in 2022. We are in 2022.
Yes, he's in 2022.
So he's not in 2022. He's in analog.
Hey.
He's still in analog. If he's in 2022.
But I see a Katia Nakotari. Akotari Shano. Baby, I'll be Pia or Shanakotari Biano. And couldn't be to me, Pia Moyaman show.
She named a Hudu Radasam.
What's it?
A Hudu Radasam. She named
Akotari and Ameko.
It is not even as potent as paracetamol.
Atariano.
May say there is not.
Atariano to me attend things around.
Who wants a one drama in the hobby? And so one drama.
I see a Dunkati Akotare.
Baby, I'm free. No, you bang no free. This is a more judge.
Hey,
maybe baby, I'm free. No, you a good idea. Pia, this is a more judge.
Hey,
and so one don't tell you. And so one drama.
Oh, you Kotare pay 2008.
Why you pay then about the Nasa?
Why you pay our parliament?
Then is here.
Why you pay it?
Now
say I grant 2020 elections. Why you pay?
And I say, I'm a Northerner. I'm a proud Northerner. I am from Tatali. Where I come from, maybe I'm a free bano. Yeah, you a kutade piaji samoja pi.
Entine de ane hwinim. Na eche shall we do or die? Eche no do or die?
Yes, because we are going to resist for any cheat.
And I must suspect cheating.
Oh, say Yahumida.
Mahumida.
Yahumida. ABC 2020.
ABC 2020. 2020 time, baby.
ABC 2020.
General election, no man quality. General election, man quality. What the work as I say, BC.
Someone walk and it also that is a flip flopper.
I
said, look at there is a flip flopper.
Chris Dugan, Chris, for microphone, no my PNC General Secretary.
With time, no.
Ubet me ako. Kwakwa chairman bra, why? Kwakwa fra chairman bra. Na chairman nyamai. General Secretary of the PNC. Janet. National Women's Organizer. General Secretary. Minimum no. Enti amama na for mani so. PNC General Secretary. Mama Janet abeka mensa. MPP. Time omoye Congress no wabae. Mene no ekwa friend bae mane be ye interview. Enti minimum no. General Secretary mache.
Pacho me di uso.
Bakwa de.
Ye ba ye say ye be ma ye solidarity message. Ye ba ye omo ma ye invitation. Ye di invitation e ba ye draw ye solidarity message. Omo say ye omo ye demonstrations ye nka ho. Enti obi mu a omo wa PNC a ya omo wa ye demonstrations a omo ka ho. Omo na omo pese omo be kasa. Nipa ku na omo ka na ya suspending no or ya suspended person.
Who is the son?
The Hidaya. Only women's organizer of the PNC.
Oh,
she has been suspended.
Who has been suspended?
The person they said they want her to come and read the message. Omo say ya ono na di omo chi omo ye demonstrations. Enti onu na omo pese omo be kasa ma omo. Na wo betima ba ya party abetu so obi a obe kasa ma mo. Wetin we be da?
Asema okay, neighbor. Na abotre ma mente wasem ni ye. Asem na asem afomani so. NDC invited PNC. Say Omekasa.
Yes.
NPP invited PNC. Omekasa.
Yes.
NDC invited PNC. So Omekasa.
Yes,
What the General Secretary of the party?
Yes.
Almost say.
Almost
would be
a demonstrations no kasa. Enti Oma for Oma aba.
Wamu to farmer me. Farmer no man fa letter ntre me. Fa letter ne bre ma me hwe. Mesra wo. Letter na wamu de to nsa frɛ wo no. Wai farmer no na me hwe. Farmer me.
Invitation na.
Fa letter ne ma me.
Yeah, invitations ni
ya. National Democratic Congress, yes. National Secretariat, the National Chairman, People's National Convention, Headquarters Accra, dear Sir or Madam, invitation to attend the 10th Delegate Congress. And the National Executive Committee of the party extend its warm felicitation to you. I write to inform you about the 10th Annual Delegate Congress of our party, which comes off on the 17th of December 2022, at which occasion elections will be held to elect national executives to run for the affairs of the party for the next 4 years. Venue, Accra Sports Stadium. Time, 10 a.m. The Congress will proceed by the National Youth and Women's Conference on the 10th of December 2022 at the University of Cape Coast at 9 a.m. On behalf of the National Executive Committee, I am extending an invitation to you to come and grace the occasion. Nipa Osani, Honorable Emmanuel Zumapat, Director of Administration for General Secretary.
The next one, today's only.
Next letter. Hey, Ofoswamba for Abahu, General Secretary. Hey, General Chair, Mr. General Secretary, Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Chairman of Oswampafo. Afen wo feel go aba. Na the esi wo Legon de onu kwa nanim because program ni ya start kra dada. And afen wo abedu Chris Dugan say den a obeba waba mate so ma bolidi na se wabedu enkonya ne nkomiesa wo penem se waye awie ya waba abedu yenim de besie. But this is a special case. Mesrawo was there is a second invitation. The National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress has the honor to invite you to the opening of the 10th National Delegate Congress. Eno wahai na eno no na say o national chairman ene de ma o sebra na.
Yes, me national chairman, acting chairman and leader Balami can come. Onu na de
letter no ma o sebra PNC anem.
Yes.
Yo, o de yentie ofo swampo for kasa ni bi. O kasa wi a ye beto aso.
Former ministers of state present here, members of the diplomatic corps, Nime, Naime, Nananum, Togbeo, and other eminent traditional leaders, party executives, and delegates from the regions, constituencies, and branches. Representatives of political parties here present, who lead contestants in today's national elections of the NDC, distinguished invited guests, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. The prolific writer William Shakespeare wrote, "Small share and great welcome make a merry feast." As we gather this morning to commence the Congress of the Great National Democratic Congress, NDC, I, on behalf of the Functional Executive Council or Committee of the Party, the National Executive Council, the Organizing committee of this Congress and all other organs of the party welcome you warmly to the Accra Sports Stadium for this historic event. I trust that at the end of our Congress, we will all make a merry feast. The 10th Congress of our party is significant for a variety of reasons. I will share a few of these reasons with you. We are having our Congress at a time when this country is going through a plethora of excruciating economic, social, and political challenges. For the first time in the history of our dear country, the hard-earned income and investment of hard-working Ghanaians and pensioners are being forcefully subjected to strange haircuts like Tokyo Joe and Backbush. 6 years down memory lane, Ghanaians thought they had voted for the new Patriotic Party MPP to provide economic management that they claimed they alone could deliver. Little did voters know that they had voted for barbers who only knew haircuts like Grace Jones and Punk. When the MPP touted persistently that we have the men, we never knew they had barbers. Now we see the mess they have plunged us into. They cannot even barber their own president, Akufo-Addo, properly, leaving him with a Sakura head. Fellow Katamansonians, another reason why our Congress is historic is that it is taking place at a time when Ghanaians agree on the monumental catastrophe that the Akufo-Addo Bawumia-led government represents. The teachers are saying the MPP is a catastrophe. Nurses say the MPP is a catastrophe. Truck drivers say the MPP is a catastrophe. Civil servants says catastrophe. The private sector say catastrophe. Aboso accounts purpose dealers say catastrophe. Traders say catastrophe. Barbers say, bankers say catastrophe. International rating agencies say catastrophe. Civil society organizations say catastrophe. Kaya say catastrophe. Okada riders say catastrophe. Galamsey say catastrophe. The media say catastrophe. Our traditional leaders say catastrophe. University don't say catastrophe. Religious organizations say catastrophe. Labor unions say catastrophe. Doctors say catastrophe. The Black Stars say catastrophe. Even the witches and villagers from Chepi say catastrophe. NPP's Akufo-Addo Bawumia catastrophe sentinel Ajibabia. The NPP catastrophic performance in government has been so repugnant that their own party could not stand the stench of their own rotten government. They started what looked like a cleansing and deodorizing exercise by demanding the sack of Ken Ofori-Atta as finance minister. Now the chief barber, that is the significance of the time in which we are staging a congress of our political party. Political leadership in Ghana has never in our history descended into the abyss in which we find ourselves today. The electorate has lost trust and confidence in the MPP government. The little that was left of trust was blown away when President Akufo-Addo looked Ghanaians in the eyes during one of his Sunday fellow Ghanaians broadcasts on television, national television, and told us that there will be no haircut on our investment. Only for the chief barber, Ofori-Atta, to announce the following week with clippers, scissors, razors, blade in hand, that there will be haircut. And that some haircut will even be with broken bottles.
That was what the height of deceit. And that was the height of deceit that any government, any president and government could ever have engaged in, which was made even more hurtful by the fact that it was a very survivor that they were playing their games, our very survivor that they are playing their games with. Distinguished invited guests, fellow Akatamansonians, coming closer home, our Congress today is also historic because it is first following the bold and heroic turnout of our party executive, foot soldiers across the country in the 2020 elections. The zest and commitment with which you campaigned in the 2020 elections saw the great NDC almost winning majority of seats in parliament. The manifestation of that stellar performance of our party executives gathered here is a huge hang parliament, that we have, the first in the history of our country. Let nobody steal that hard work and achievement from you with any convoluted narration of related and inevitable events. Your tenacity on the campaign trail in 2020 enabled our indefatigable MPs to find a strong voice for the marginalized masses of our country whose interests we represent. I am proud of your exploits in the 2020 campaign, even as my teacher said, there is room for improvement. I am delighted that as party chairman, I was the conductor of the orchestra with you as the choir that almost snatched parliament from the president. That was historic. In 2024, we will snatch not only parliament, but also the presidency from the MPP government, inshallah. Fellow party members, this Congress is also historic by all standards. For the first time in the history of this country and the history of our great party, we have a general secretary challenging his boss, the party chairman for the position. We have witnessed the fiercest contest ever for the general secretary position of the party. The contest for national women organizers was ferocious, and that of the national youth organizer was brazenly hot. The embers of that are yet to cool down. The internal contests point to how democracy is beautiful within the NDC. It shows that our internal processes are working. I want our detractors to know that our party still remains strong and will come out of today's elections even stronger. The chairmanship contest between the party chairman and the general secretary will not destroy the NDC. We are all too strong and too intelligent for that. Let those false political prophets from the opposing side who are predicting Armageddon after today's election be clear in their mind that today will rather mark a renaissance of the great Akatamansonians. Today will mark the beginning of our march towards rescuing Ghana from the wickedness, ineptitude, and catastrophic MPP government. This brings me to the last significance of today's Congress that I will want to talk about. There are Ghanaians are today looking for an alternative to the catastrophic government that we have. They are looking for political leaders who will place their concerns, anxiety, hopes, and aspirations at the center of government decision. They are looking for leaders who will not direct access and opportunities to their children, brothers, cousins, mamas, and clans, men, and damn all others. Indeed, Ghanaians are looking for a president who listens to them, a president who has no fear of reshuffling a palpably catastrophic group of ministers, a president who will not refuse to sack a disastrous finance minister, even when his own party says so. The only reason why Ken Ofori-Atta is still finance minister is that he is the president's cousin, and he financed the president's campaign to be president. Not because he has any competence to be finance minister. The verdict on this is out there for all of us to see. Even when his cousin is leading Ghana into untold hardship with his hopeless lack of capacity and capability, he still keeps him at post, and we are still all damned. Ghanaians are looking for leaders who can trust, leaders who can walk the talk, leaders with a heart who put the country first and all others second. The NDC must seize this opportunity and restore trust in the conduct of national politics. That is the time we are in today. Fellow Akatamansonians, through our actions and decisions, we must signal that the NDC is a party of choice for Ghanaians. The outcome of this Congress should assure our teaming supporters and the army of voters who are disappointed in the MPP government that with the NDC in the driving seat, Ghanaians can look up to the future with a lot more hope and optimism. Let us leave here with a clear message to Ghanaians that the NDC, is very responsive to the cry of the people. Why is that? Let us not forget the African proverb which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Party unity in all this is non-negotiable. And that bears our theme for this Congress, Uniting for Victory 2024. We need to be united even in the diversity in which we find ourselves. Of course, during elections like the one we will have today, one cannot expect homogeneity. Given the fact that the NDC is a massive party, we cannot all think alike and support the same person. That is just impossible. However, our differences and preferences should end in the declaration of the winners today. The battle we have is a political battle. As a political battle, it's not an internal battle. Those we are in real combat with are the MPP. That is our must-win battle. We shoot ourselves in the foot if we allow our internal elections to take a better part of us and forget that the target is not us. In the current situation which the country finds itself, we will be letting all Ghanaians down if we allow our internal sparks to go beyond today and affect our agenda for 2024 election. I believe I can count on you all to quickly regroup after today, irrespective of how the elections go for you. This is also because, as we have it, our African proverb says, a snake that you can see does not bite. We can see ourselves as NDC members, so we cannot and must not bite one another. I guess what the proverb forgot to add is that a mosquito that you can see can also not bite. Fellow party members, where there is love, there is no darkness. So our elder says, and how true a statement it is, we should focus on our collective good by extension of the good of Ghana. Party politics is relational, and so we should build and strengthen our internal rapprochement. We are made to handle under the great umbrella for where we will extend succor and solace to Ghanaians everywhere, shielding them from the vagaries of the different types of weather, both current and emerging, and telling every Ghanaian that we are all one, whether you are from Kumasi, Chebi, Keta, or Wale Wale. In conclusion, my task here is a simple one. It is in line with what our forefathers said. If a man does not long a journey, no one says welcome home. He feels like he has no. Fellow delegates, we remain confident that those who are yet to arrive will also arrive safely. Thanks to the Almighty God, all our delegates, I'm told, have arrived safely. May you be blessed at the end of the Congress. May you also be blessed to others. Today is just like any other day. We will never happen again. Do not waste it. Our requests, sometimes tries and struggles, are exactly what a group like. I wish to thank all of you for your contribution in diverse ways in making the NDC a very strong party than we came to meet it after we took office in 2028. Once again, I have the singular honor and privilege to declare the 10th Congress of the National Democratic Congress being held in the Accra Sports Stadium here duly open. Thank you and God bless us all.
Chairman of the party, Samuel Ofoswampofo, and Akasa na Tokrobia Jenedie. Chairman Kasan Tokrobia Jenedie. Eka former president I want to be a man. Obia Jenedie. Obia dio. Ofrasie waka Ohawa Ghana for wom. Said ya nay Nanado and penny for Adane Babesa Tikurum ha. Wamuyi a punk and a bagbo. Ya a hajne. And unti what did he say? Wamuyi a catastrophic government. Free president. Eko Bibia wana bemu catastrophe. Usiama se catastrophe. Na de catcher money at ya. Warrior was in nay. Mo bia nada obia say 2020 or ma more Muhammad and Yan correct. Hey, Mekachrewo.
Akotadian.
Mekabi Bitrewo.
Akotadian.
You see from Mekabi Bitrewo.
Akotadian.
Picture keke. Video no camera no kwa general so. Ubati ye. Camera no kwa no so. Ubati ye. Mi wa chairman ne kasa yo. David. Asemo. Asem yo. Enti chairman say. Mo bia nada obia. Wo madwuma din ti parliament hang parliament 137. Na wase when him send tontom wo ha na tontom ne nam ho nya tontom a woka em send tontom mi keka ba hat send
tontom bi wo ho a obo se nam ho ba ntumi nka
ba we dia wo keka tontom wo keka
san tontom na anything
wo ne sin o send tontom wo anything
nam ho
wa no ane ho na wanya hwe ene ade a eno ena ode atodwa wo kire se sisi ade Entokwa no MPP ni NDC ntokwa. Yes. Enye NDC ni NDC. Womunya sa ntokwa no. Na MPP ka se bi omuto abawie na ade NDC begu a eto de omo a wo mbeka omo abom na etumi abo ama 2024 omo akokon no na ni nyina mu no na adonko next level. Adonko next level. Wonya bia na wanom Wamumra and drink na ya wamufa biscuit ni aduane nka ho.
Ose.
Wamufa biscuit enka drink na ho. Na enya kama.
Yefa biscuit mo adonko level.
Yes, wamufa biscuit nka ho. Na enya kama. Next level. Kama.
Me the next level di bread da.
Sir.
Aye. Ntina me bisa wo say wo
me so me the 2 fingers. Me the edi banku ene fufuo pen. 2 fingers me edi banku ene fufuo pen.
Ose.
2 fingers no.
Odi adiba.
Me di banku ene fufuo pen. Kama papa.
Me so me the next level di bread pen.
Said I know I kwakofo. Na present table one no. Me my next level. Me my next level. Ena bibia akọ nanim ti. Ba mo dey up next level. Nanom na niema enkwa nanim emfa mawo. Enti na wo mo to aso. Why na ka say?
Still Kofi Adams.
Yerako member of parliament for Buem. Ena kasa. Me did ye say nche. Obefred general secretary. Ama ono so the report e de aba. Enti na
oyi neck of the party. National executive nave. One elders of the party no. I'm say or the more church or honey adia.
Yo. Enti no. Ba wana. Minim dede no. Chama ye friend no dede no.
Asa
na say wo form kakra. Na menya nti ese ukọ
General Babe Kasa. Wa bo General din. Wa sorry. Na General bo de din sorry no. Jazenya de Ketwa, and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Aha, John Dramani Mahama, so sorry, General, so sorry, and he.
Oma sorry, Omokwahi, Omi and sorry, and ye. And to Mahama never casa moi.
I so be sorry.
Former President never casa. And today the way your former president, the Ameboa.
And the fans and a general secretary.
And I general secretary, never fans.
Who?
Contest, who?
Boom.
One show, ambulance, why there?
Baby, is here.
Our moon baby, maybe collapse.
Baby, is here.
Obibe collapse.
Baby, is here. Media delegates here.
One more.
What do you know on your market?
But me, who be that? Me who be that?
Say.
Mese Dano, Dede no. Actually, BB MPP Congress, I say. 81, now to Dede. Now to Dede, now to Dede. I bad notice or Matwari. Or Matwari. And Dede be what? Mese Dede be what? Abato.
A bizu high in Abato.
A be what in Abato.
Ah, okay.
But Dede no. Yan Rasa be a moon to the general. Dede no Bakwasay.
Ah, okay.
His Excellency, former President. Ebe Kasamoa.
Yeah.
You.
I'm saying, yeah, MC no the Obeka. And after said the Obeka Naja, yeah, who some Ponswa, and also Yaba Bedru. Nah, hey.
Former President, as usual, the piano, what a for me in Finfi. All the time at every event. What a chairman, any general secretary, and them. And that is what is happening today. Former President Shannon Nataria Kama. And a chairman Shannon White Kama.
Secretary in terms of administration.
Yes.
On the person to Pepe. Now, Osha, Sir, Bakuso Shaha, Sir, not yet Conquan, Sir. Enti,
yeah, try MC. Your Baba Becassa.
Come you. I'm so Kofi Adams, oh, yes, I'm money now.
You,
I'm say, grounds out on the committee chairman. One so or her,
but me assure says, the no secretary Becassa. After chairman Casavieno, or bear editing the notes. Or bear editing the notes. Now, yeah, who said the Anyama. ABC
and 70 boa said is he able man no na anweshi said you osibu born send be man no
but for the placards and I'm delegate anymore
says he
I over yeah for the placards and I'm delegate anymore me name what is on the placards but placards and I'm delegate anymore whoa
kami hu dia mo atwotwe bia Nanka ja mahu said the besia canafa.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, baby, and so back could do.
Agrona, whoa.
It was election way a bear electioner. And this Yakasabeka Sampa, Ubana Bakusen within the party.
But let me tell you, whoever will win, margin, no. People shouldn't expect a small margin.
Small margin.
And yes, small margin.
Oh, okay.
Men yes, sure, say bear margin, get where be.
A bear bigger now.
A mobile track.
Ah.
A mobile track, whoever win.
As a chairman.
A mobile track.
And shut down your close, but sir.
And yet that close. And yet that listening to the noise and where it's coming from, no. And shut down your close. Hey, sir.
Of the party, General Mosquito Johnson Asiedu Inketia. Chobwe. Next is our Vice Chairman, Mr. Kofi Ato, National Vice Chairman. Madame Sheriaite is another national vice chairman of the party who I have spotted on the days. Madam, you're welcome and thank you so much. Then I have to introduce my own leader and boss. He was my boss as national youth organizer and now my leader in parliament. Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Approved. Your introduction approved. Next to our leader is the minority leader, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable James Kluche Aveji. We also have on the days our chief whip, who is more like our captain, the captain of the team, Honorable Muhammad Mubarak Muntaka. Thank you very much, Honorable Muntaka. Supporting His Excellency John Dramani Mahama are our regional chairmen who deserve to be mentioned. I'm going to mention them by their regions, and you will acknowledge them as such. I'm starting with Northern Region. The Northern Regional Chairman, if you are here, raise your hand. Let's applaud you. The Northeast Chairman, he is also here. Northeast. Savannah Region Chairman is here with his team. We recognize you, Savannah Regional Chairman. Upper West Regional Chairman, Alhaji Bunas. Thank you so much. The Upper East Regional Chairman, Alhaji Bolnaba. Thank you so much. The Bono Regional Chairman. Thank you so much. Honorable Nyamiche Mafu. The Bono East Regional Chairman. Let's recognize you. The Bono East, where are you? Recognize your chairman. The Ahafo Regional Chairman. Ahafo Regional Chairman. The Ashanti Regional Chairman. Nana Kwesi, where are you? We recognize you. Ashanti Regional Chairman. The Eastern Regional Chairman, Small Boy Danger, Mark Oliver Kevo. Where are you? We recognize you. The Western North Regional Chairman, Big Edu. Big Edu, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Big Edu. The Western Regional Chairman, Nana Toku, thank you so much. Thank you, Western Regional Chairman. Thank you. The Central Regional Chairman, Professor Asiedu, thank you so much, Central Regional Chairman. Thank you. Greater Accra Regional Chairman, Honorable Ni Ashimo, already introduced and who welcomed us. The Volta Regional Chairman, my big brother. Thank you so much, Volta Regional Chairman. We recognize you. Then, the chairman of the Chairman Forum, the 8/8, the OT Regional Chairman, Chairman Japon Kujo. That is my chairman. Thank you so much, Chairman Japon Kujo, Chairman 8/8. Thank you. We recognize all of you, the delegates from the various constituencies. We thank you so much. The media, we thank you so much, especially Wezo TV and TV XYZ for having this program live and being covered into our various homes. Thank you so much. At this moment, I will invite MC2 to do the other introductions. Thank you.
Introduction no nyenwe ya kabi enti obobie baba the other introduction. Wobobo media no wobo XYZ anyways was what I nas ebom XYZ anyway ABN so echo BFE ABN echo BFE in fact without fear or favor ABN currently is championing the Congress Ekoso Ewa Stadium enti fiti enra enti Kofi Adams mon kansra say ye kuremu den Ewa Facebook, TV and radio.
That's right.
Across Ghana. Kumasi Pure FM Efa, Angel FM Kumasi Efa, Western region, Volta, everywhere. We are all over the regions. Ye nyina ye fa. Said ya wa hey the ekoswo enti countrywide. Ye ni edikan. On to us no introduction the aka.
And that's it for our Council of Elders. I also like to take the opportunity to welcome Ambassador Sam Pirali. Henry Ametepe is former Volta Regional Chairman. Joseph Adekoka is former Greater Accra Regional Chairman. Joyce Bawa Muktari is Special Aid to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We also like to welcome George Opare Ado. He is our National Youth Organizer. And Hannah Bisu is our National Women's Organizer. Colonel Larry Bevlolate is one of our elders and former National Security Coordinator. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Co-MC Obobia Dako. Thank you so much for the continuation of the introductions. Now we are moving to a very important part of this Congress also, and that is adoption of the standing orders and the steering committee of Congress, without which this Congress cannot proceed. I have the duty to announce the steering committee of Congress. My duty is to announce the membership and invite the chairman of the steering committee to announce the remaining committees of Congress. So
okay,
I do so.
As still na yenye hunu say bia former president Bekasa na general secretary Bekasa no. Yawo bi ewa ha.
That's right.
Woye Bono
East Deputy Regional Youth Organizer.
Pablo hwehwe no.
That's right.
Katra ne say me say youth organizer hwehwe no.
Pablo hwehwe.
National Youth Organizer wo hwehwe no.
Onso kan wa manasre.
National Youth Organizer, former National Youth Organizer.
One na former.
Any National Youth Organizer.
You introduce no as National Youth Organizer. Yera Opare Ado.
And then you introduce Yera Johnson as a Duke, see General Secretary Nameboa.
That's right.
Yankasi National Chairman and I said,
I saw Mama Tony at 20.
Oh, Darby. And I'm in the say, Tabo Danoso. The Tabo Atono say, on to me, and Manoso, and I say, M. Pejani Musa, a National Youth Organizer of the party.
Until the court decides.
Until the court decides. And the other Tabo Atono say, Manu Yano who say,
Tabo Nene say, Momu introduce no as the National Youth Organizer. In fact, Momu confirm he has been introduced. Confirmation MI. Asa.
Once a former National Youth Organizer, a former National Youth Organizer. What's the Oh, me pacho. Once Obi sorry prako pese okohunu nyamekwa. And someone you discuss during the elections. And another baby play, but court and some don't say and cannot want him be and to me person contempt to betch me. And someone yen doso mukese. Yet about 22 10 members are 10 presidents also mutuaba. Ya more to about Greater Accra. 22.
But Ebeka one still married by 3.
Yes. And some 4 other constituencies are any concern come to Abanibi. Ya more mutubi. Eastern region, Central region constituencies be are. Ya the injunction at Womoso. So when you say and now many workers say Eastern region. The regional youth organizer and I are there all in the resource.
Yeah.
It was as a result of some constituencies no moto waba no.
Or refer to
Blibo asem na make. Okay. Enso some crofo no sama beto national aba ne bi. Enti na me no ka se sansam no na edigina court. And there was 17 crofo bi a delegates bi moto waba. And the National Youth and Women's Wing Delegates Conference. Now you feel say omunya crofo you kwanse nkomoto aba because delegates list are part in the maye no. Na ya de omunni mu bie. Enti and some there was substance of the issues are you be discussing. But I said a medical kind no a court to say a court yankana abontin bebre
because a church we broja church we
a broja church me obi a woni me bia ohun me ohun broja. I'm a student of Broja Jamfi and a proud one. Wo hwe mama nyosem amaye ababeduru ena me ne wo kasa ya ya Broja Jamfi say na wo bring it up Sami Jamfi mu nyina ye no mu nyina Broja Jamfi na bring it up. So for us with or without him with or without the politics, with or without the National Youth Organizer contest, we are for Project Jamfi any day, any time.
But Nana court to prepare and engineers are there.
And I make so.
What the man engineers are
there?
Oh, Nana, Yangu party. NDC party near party there, Jemra Tumpa. Eba Kabima Minka Biso Ejitum. And to know who don't pay my boy Shahanoma. I was such now. Say party near party Kabima Minka Bitum. Ya je emra so tumi ebuga na mra enti emra na pese de ye adwuma na party na tumi fa nto mapaye de efra enye na edi kan nie ena obi di party ni ba bi court Eastern region asema me ka che we nyina ya nimu a enye abonten enti ye besre sensam ne ba se ya moma ye nhwe ennyoma ewo ensam no mu se na be ya adaachi bi no obi mfa nkosisi obi bium enti the merit of the issues are ya submitted before the apex and I said court of justice no and I me young nebesi
and rather ba kwa me hu ye ne say time a bonofo no ebedu around no me hu say na mu na mu bode de Jesus say wo beto national chairmanship position no ama general asiedu ketia what is it about
menua yes ade wo fi a eye and na me no wo ka say ye national flag bearer National Democratic Congress nipo betu ye franka amayen ye wura John Dramani Mahama
na se mu
yanto ye but obianim eye nokure da bonten a nipa nyina nim say eye den wono na beba be ye flag bearer enti so for northern region na ye running mate so ye yi ni hu say no for central region bono over the days ye ndi president da running mate menya so say be bobi afi hono enti say national chairman and ni a founder of your party no the founder na woni ho enti ye susu say obi aba national chairman bia no e kame aye say party no aba be si ne na so on na be bo party no ho bra enti say ye ni nipa ya soma no amananya the highest position like that na ye wura Johnson na say dun ketia ho dia e wo say ye piano na ye so ye pen crofon be di anim am ya pa bibi wa bra ya ba ban mu a ye so anya bo me ya di anim sabi panyin wo fie ye o enti ye ni running mate yeni flag bearer yeni bibia enu nti na yesan susu biam se obi ti se ye rafifi kote I was saying to Miss Man be general secretary.
Okay, general secretary kasa.
That's right.
I say but noise no ho. But noise no. I say e wo baby efre. Ya man get tie di oka.
Yo, aje nim tie kwa ba ye ba. I'm say general secretary be kasa. Nti e wi anafi ato aso.
Hey! Hey! Your Excellency, former President John Dramani Mahama, comrades, to save time, let me stand by the earlier protocols established by my comrade and friend, the National Chairman. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 10th National Delegates Congress. I wish to use this occasion to congratulate you all for your victory in the just ended constituency, regional, and national youth and women conferences. It is my hope that you will constitute a formidable team that will work seamlessly to enable the NDC recapture power from this inept, clueless, corrupt, and incompetent MPP government. As you are aware, the tenure of the current national executives of our party will end in a jiffy, as our 4-year term mandate is exhausted. Since the last Congress, however, many of our notable comrades of the party, among others, have passed on. Key among them is the founding father of this party, His Excellency, former President, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. Other departed party faithfuls include Comrade Ama Benyuado, Captain Kojo Chikata, Dr. Nyama Donko, Jifa Ativo, Professor Kwasi Boche, and many others, which time will not permit me to mention individually. At the appropriate time, when the former president mounts the podium, he would entreat of you to observe some silence in commemoration of these gallant warriors. Notable events that have occurred during the period under report include the presidential and parliamentary primaries of our great party. We had very successful presidential and parliamentary primaries prior to the 2020 general elections. And for the first time in the history of our party, we had 7 stalwarts contesting the presidential primaries. The good news is that the party was robust and put in measures to ensure that the tensions that normally characterize presidential primaries, especially one with this large number of aspirants and their supporters, were reduced to the barest minimum. Fast forward to 2020. We had a general election that was historic by all accounts. Firstly, the 2 major political parties, the NDC and the MPP, split the seats in parliament down the middle, with 137 seats each, giving the country its first hung parliament. Secondly, and against all odds, the NDC annexed the speakership of parliament, a feat very rare in contemporary African politics. Thirdly, Ghana experienced the most bizarre elections since the inception of the Fourth Republic in 1993. In the 2020 general elections, the NDC faced a blatantly partisan and very hostile umpire, the Electoral Commission. As if that wasn't enough, we had a judiciary that threw common sense, facts and logic and caution to the wind, and consequently denied the people of Ghana the opportunity to hold the chairperson of the Electoral Commission to account for her stewardship as the sole returning officer of the presidential elections. Fourthly, and not the least of all, Ghana witnessed the most violent elections, reminiscent of other violent elections in countries like Kenya, Egypt, Sudan, and elsewhere. Several lives were lost, with many more also maimed. But for the grace of God, the situation in the immediate aftermath of the 2020 elections could have degenerated into civil strife and dissension. To show to Ghanaians passions that came with the 2020 general elections, the connivance of the New Patriotic Party, our party went to the Supreme Court to challenge the presidential results. We lost the case in the judicial court, but won in the court of public opinion. The NDC, dissatisfied with the activities of the Electoral Commission, decided to boycott the IPAC meetings, which have been reduced to a mere rubber stamping of decisions that have been taken already by the Electoral Commission. The party subsequently proposed electoral reforms to the Electoral Commission, the discussion, adoption of which would form the basis of our return to the IPAC meetings. Unfortunately, the Electoral Commission treated these proposals with contempt and remained adamant and intransigent. Organizations including the National Peace Council and the diplomatic community have been holding talks with the EC to address the issues raised by NDC to enable its return to IPAC meetings. But so far, all of these efforts have fallen into the deaf ears of the Commission. In the belief that the 2020 elections were rigged and to prevent same from happening in subsequent elections, the party organized a series of retreats for regional and national executives as well as the minority caucus in Parliament, culminating in the retreat at the Serene Volta Hotel in the Volta region. The occasion, which was well attended, allowed each regional executive committee to give account of the elections they supervised in their respective regions. There were so many revelations and confirmation of issues that the party already knew of. These helped and will continue to help the party in its subsequent orientation and training programs for its executives at all levels of the party. Indeed, our outreach programs held in the various regions were partly as a result of feedback gathered from these retreats. As part of its reorganization program, the party organized outreach programs in the various regions, whose outcome largely helped in the drafting of guidelines for the party's reorganizational roadmap. Internal elections. In preparation towards the next general elections in 2024, the party organized largely successful elections at the various levels of our party. And I wish to report that for the first time in the history of this party, deployment of personnel from the national level and also from the top levels of regions were sent to branches to reorganize the very base of the ND win the next elections. Mr. Chairman acquitted itself creditably through its various press conferences and contributions in Parliament. Our caucus has exposed and continues to expose the MPP's ineptitude, corruption, and mismanagement of the economy, which has led to our current hardship and predicament. Finally, comrades, I wish to take this opportunity to formally inform Congress that the NDC has chalked another great feat of global significance. As you are all aware, I have been a vice president of Socialist International for the past 6 years. The party mounted a vigorous lobby and campaign for this young lady, which eventually landed her the position of the Secretary General of the Socialist International. This makes her the first African to occupy that prestigious position, the first female to occupy that prestigious Benedicta Lassie. In sum, the NDC has made a lot of progress over the last 4 years, and I am optimistic that we are poised to win the 2024 general elections. But we cannot win the 2024 general elections with a divided front. I would therefore plead with all party members, especially aspirants and their supporters, to make a conscious effort to shun all activities and conducts that have a potential. I step down today as your General Secretary, having served in that position for the past 17 years. I want to thank all of you for your cooperation, and I want to thank everybody. Those I have offended, may the Lord touch your heart to forgive me. The credit I have made so far is shared and attributed to the foot soldiers of this country and this party. I thank you all, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
17 years of proud service to the National Democratic Congress. On this note, we say a very big thank you to the general of our political party, the General Secretary Johnson Esiedu Inketia. Thank you very much, sir. We are grateful to you. She was a former Eastern Regional Deputy Youth Organizer, former Deputy Director of Elections, Eastern Region, Chairperson of the Eastern Regional Legal Team, a member of the 2020 Manifesto Team. She is also Lab Governance, Energy and Youth Committee. Comrades, join me as we proudly welcome Benedicta Lassie. She is the newly elected Secretary General of the Socialist Forum, and we are so proud of her. She's the first African to take this position. And on this note, I bring her to the microphone to give us the solidarity message from the Socialist Forum. Benedicta Lassie, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Obobia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana, the Council.
Yes. Yes. Also about Juma. Channel. Also be afina kumam. I know. So no sweat here now so fancy. But o can samba could be about the branches or the NDC party. Also omuko branches nina across the country who say a form ho etise. Or nan go for fees I said omun shada ma form. enti o ka asem bi se omo ko form ho ene form for no eko din komo na form ho se de bibia eko ya omo hwe sa bato a eda omo anim so no wo betumi afom tuma pefra na omo so no etumi adi nkonim. Yes. Debbie. Akwa ese na bibia akwa akodi soro ho. Enti na omo mfa fomfo ne nya bibia.
Kodi soro.
Bibia kodi soro de ne kre.
Ama enti si fom ye mo mfa nkoya adwuma.
Pepepe.
Enti na what
some of the executives can say empo omo anya logistics and omo to their campaign in the 2020 elections that omo call no. Enti na omo bonyo so minim so beka and abisi say can be.
Exactly.
Logistics say ebi ansha dama be break can be. Youth organizers so cry no eba bonti beka say bibia ma youth side. And then you problems and that's so omo
yo enti na eno no.
Na say si abono for na to yankra say okwa abono ahafu region 3 radio stations, no 4 radio stations, 3 Ewosuyan, Cheers FM, Angel FM, Bono FM, Nafe KFM, Nina under ABN. One say one fire live. Enti one chawa we.
Yes, yes, you mopa. Enti obi anuntina make kachira Kofi Adams.
Yes.
Say World Cup the media house cover all over Ghana. Outside Ghana.
Outside Ghana.
Wa broche ehwebia na ABN. Angel Broadcasting Network because your top stations yeah they are affiliate
more than 90 radio
stations.
That's right.
Your stations are dia
under APN
and your moya juma enti obi afa ya to apete bebia
more than 90 radio stations
of course so enuntina ya na headquarters ya ho
aduma election eye
yo enti Kwame na Sambaini aba ya woba abeto adwumade en so o say one kojodesen abaya ombesom na wo musom wie na say ye wie ne say the former president will be talking former president Beka Sakakra ansa ya start ato aba enti wo montwema former president nkasa wie wo kasa wie a na afi wo ma ba abaje abato no na o mato aso aha ya tra na pa ye beto former president manaka na ye wi a wo ma be dia bato na to aso na ye hunu de ekọ ne atiatia na bibia tumi ai finance ye so ya home so kakra na o ma beto aso edu ba bia o mo e kan no a na ya san beto aso na ya hwese de abato no betimi akọ banyame anum no kure ni wonder o tie dede na ekọ no a dede no tie dede no a utie dede na wonder dede no
na dede bi wo ha every side bi neighbor meka say person region bi ho na ya bet say dede no costro pa and shadanya entire delegates sana ya me hu no every some region bi baby kuma bi ebi mote ho na oti say dede no ho na costro ho so a na ba form nti enye the entire delegates and so minim say wa hwe no so dia
but you see for competition's sake, let's also want to vote for chairman. So mama
sure.
Oh, because I say because you see the truth is unim say during the NPP Congress no people took a decision.
Yes.
And what grounds na say?
Because
people had decided to vote for the former general secretary.
That's right.
But looking at Dede Baye no ebi hunu ne se wan hwa o mabato no be ye kwa they change their mind
odu ananko for your musase
so dem say
yes is
but na ebi aye o madwen so mba beto ama general secretary but girls on dede no eswe nkrofo mind and according to dede way say wo ma ya anti dede bia obi aye projection
and at the time
CNN ye projection
at the time graphic president gradu na di na mina Asisa, as a vim or the buyer, I will greater Accra regional minister. Omo kasa ahwa bebrea. Utumi se na ni bibia.
Fred broda dem fi mami, broda dem fi Fred ma. Wa fa so ahwa ma broda meka na sem. And awie ye ne ntwetwe nkomo kakra. Awaiting the former president's speech. Yen saka the embattled
national
aspirant national youth aspirant wa hwe ani mu se court no ebetumi abua na omasa akoto aba ne foforo Brother, now this is Yes Kase.
Dabi, and yes, Kase cry. Democracy. Kabiba men Kabi. Sana etie. Ebrebia Bibi Bekoswa. And Tiasia Mano. And Yan Tokwa. And ya de Ayamra. Sabi yase patapapio to Yadimra Ro.
Sa.
And unti BBC ya entwe no. Baby a yebetumi aka asem no. Ama sunduaba eye court. E ho na makono. Menyi ne se maye boni bia.
Nobody's saying so I boni. Say you always seek redress when you have a problem. I don't know why you see party channel.
Oh, on say nipa ni bebre enya omo ho ntiase. De di kan ansana ye ko Cape Coast akoto youth abano. Na court ama order. Say nipa be said you watching kono 89. Amu ye 10 president. I am a man to aba warm regions no. Yemma kwan mo to aba. Sa nipa 89 no enemu 22. Yampene am man to aba no.
But it's a bit strange. Say 89 they will allow some and deny some.
Aha. Before say ye be free Cape Coast graba no. Na ye clear say party no mpanifo ni bi ebu court na nimtia. Enye party process bi o. Ye court asem. Na yasan akọ back to the court. Entia party mrebia.
And you are hoping say court no be bua ma kwato aba no foforo all over again.
If we say menini pa menini gina here no vote to I die and term near 25. 10 fire more man to aba ni bi 22.
Fani so mu nyina beto aba still. What they cut three?
Me ba 22 no. University of Ghana. Can you imagine? Say University of Ghana, yeti 10, and yene, Oman Timi and to be. University of Professional Studies, UPSA. Oman to be a honey launch 10 up, Oman to be.
Yeah.
Gempa, Oman to be. AUCC, Oman to be. Yeah, this are 22 in a tonchaya. A nipa baku, edu son 17. Nan say a mom to be cry. Almost a ma almost crime almost to be. A 2 they count 22 no one. Vote to bear to say 39. Enna and Wabasem. Sa 39 no see ma almost crime. Enna 17 and
it could change the votes.
It could change the votes.
Yes, I understand you.
And I assign a cocoa 20 and for deputy for an election. No will be there. If it's almost there no. And so ya at that woman term no esoson. Until 39 on Times Saturday. But many in Jina, no 39 votes to neba, a betimi as a Sabibi, and Unti and a Marco Cotton.
But Muko Cape Coast Muya and Konyao, just say how the communication went, the campaign itself after the elections. Momunti, Madaruma, and the Ne Party, no, Wamoka on some said, I say, to trust them, to Yasima Chita for. What happened?
Oh, and you have to trust them. Yeah, baby, I'm ranting a Beshiabiano. I thought that pinche baho. We and ya asem be a micracy and I'm in the and now you didn't come over here. It's not many delegates to be Cocasa and I'm a tear. Sabi, Obia and Chesekai, Obia and Chitu. I'm saying Nipa Bakubi and will collapse here at the Nicole Hospital. Eti Chinyabina, Ecoba,
Motor Ankonya, Crawford, and Konya Bron Crawford. I know there are ma. I know there Mrashebe Fia Crown, you saw Motor Chenkunya. Eti, baby, I'm ranting a Bessiano. I am pinche baho. Dear Ayan say, Uncle ye Asikan Chien, Uncle ye 202, Uncle Fa Sabi, Oyono, Cassia Ma, na Bibia Riano. Asunje ebaye eno na ose eda nyankopon ase enti enne ya wabahe have you been campaigning, not campaigning as a youth organizer, but yeba omo beto aba chairman wom general secretary other positions. You've placed an injunction on the youth organizer say may molidi sworn in court thereby penyifo asom so mahunu na o mehede o meye. What are you expecting?
Oh, me expect say NDC party no Yedim Raso. And Chaye say Yeko Cape Coast no court order say Nipa 89 near you 22 free mo. Menya sure say party no be say repeat bio say court ama order na yaka say yen ni so wo hwe party no mra ye de ye adwuma article 7 ne ka say ye Ghana embrase 1992 constitution no etimeji di say party ne be di mra no so minim say party general secretary ne sa kakrata ni bi acting director of elections honorable Amate ono so sa kakrata ni bi ene omo e keka ho nti party no ebe mamra aye adwuma en say court na court say oh masem no enyina so obi anim minua no na adi nkunimu a ebre bia ebetimi aso ani no waye na adwuma but ye nyanka asem ni wie ni de say
it means that at the moment the youth wing will not function.
Oh, you have 2 deputies on Bayer Jumano. On Bayer Jumano.
Now, may I show them?
Now, you have to Abano Crano. Now, you won't say, and from Sobia. No, say, Monsieur Yanko to Abano Crani and Woshe, Tim from Sobia. Oh, Pasha. Oh, say Yanko. Now, I can come up on pressure. I was here, they might buy any American. Now, this is Mabuno. It is ya the tabo krato no so a it is I am sure omo ya deputies no I am sure say empenyimphobia reach out to you after Cape Coast to calm you down to accept the results and then work together. Oh, you free Cape Coast by no crane say penimu bia ni wa frame na make call court injunction e ba ye no empanifo bi afrɛ me sɛ ɔmo ne me won komo menim unyankoye menim komo kra ɔmo pɛ
party executives one and our council of elders
esa sɛ meni ɔmo nhia elinti me
pɛ sɛ council of elders and our party executives say yeah body but we can zoom it or zone it down a bit
and party empanifo
Party elders,
former President Mahama Nwakasa.
Omo party
elders,
omo
party penifo, and our friend say, "Blanamu nim komo." Exactly what it is, you don't know.
Say biana, omo ebe time echi say, "Ninu anokra." Said
what if they impress on you? Say, go and withdraw the case. What will you do?
Oh, ye kwa ebe din komo. Eti mijidi say, in the interest of the party, no, enti ase ebe yejuma. Ba ye nyanko ye ni de me pese. Sabi penny for Afro, ultimate to 2 anoma now Vanco.
But who have you been campaigning for?
Position there,
chairmanship,
national chairman, G4C.
G4C.
Reasons being
now it's a G4C supporting.
Oh, there be say, and general secretary or time cheaper and KDC and Kensi. It's answer or no general secretary of the party. And a party no higher delegate list. Say and Fanya Juma. And a binomum person at the delegate list in a Juma. And can general secretary said yes, or share near the no Juma.
So why would you support somebody who really didn't give a hoot about your elections?
And yet it is not about me. It is not about individuals. It is about the party. Party no, you can see about 2024. Ye party in Penifua, Sabio, say, Obisi or 2 abo party ne kra omo betime de omo kra ato ho e de ama party no
o party as chairman of Oswampofo one fa de kra to ho somebody who has served the party for years who has menka de wo ka no le mom de America ne say me hwe omo mienu a nea me hu na ho keka ene ne nyuma e kire say obetime de ne kra ato age party no kane no e general secretary eti media me delegates ni nyina say party ne kan konti yemfa chairmanship no e ma general say edun ketia chairman of so akọ ebisi akonwa ne nyane papa enye ne papa akonwa
obi a wa ye
fi akonwa we the general secretary 17 years
obi a wa ye national chairman no obeba be ka council of elders obi a ba be ka national chairman no obi a wa national chairman pe no obeba ba be ka council of elders nti o dwuma di a obedi di abo party no
uti away na Omo pese omo ebeye last campaign e wonu mu ha. Omo the general secretary, I see you get a picture. And ebi muso ka say away. Omo for pictures no.
Why na kasa sisi ai?
Sesi
MPP communicators. And na kasa ya na. Auntie, ebi so omo na e ba omo away no.
Okay.
Sir.
I know.
Enti omo pam MPP communicators so. On fan so. Now I invite you obi outside pam na say. Why invite you obi so make asa? What's happening the same?
We're normal.
What's it?
Normal.
I'm also more than MPP ya conference no. More than crying no kuno. O tu kwa no den crying no kuno de ba ho.
Say kwa omboy away. It in crowd mo de man na so ya de ma wo.
Sa ho. Na general secretary no why na o ye.
General secretary. Aye. Nyame anim ne kure ni. Difficult for me to make a choice. Very, very difficult for me. Now, so, sir, me pa. Make us a fifi quitting.
One was on. Fifi quitting. And now, who feels so obey me? I judgment. So, why? Wash out, and we'll trim at the buy. Majority says because of your agitation for obey me, Akasama party. Somebody who always. And that is why you think Fifi Kwete would be the best candidate.
Sir, why propaganda secretary of my party? No?
Yeah.
Jumedi Awodi here, and in the role in the 2008 election, no, it stands him out. Emma, party for him who say, "Ya pekukudro for, ya pekukudro for."
Just mamina, baby, see what podium no so.
Thank you, and may God bless you all.
I'm just wondering how the economy is going to bounce back. On this note, thank you very much, New Patriotic Party. Shall we?
And CPP. But we invite PNC. Chairman, acting chairman, I'm a general secretary because Moma Kwaya choice. As I'm a party, one friend for some choice, money, brother.
Or say you're suspended back home.
Sir, Obia, our suspension there. Obia, our suspension there.
Yeah, man,
yeah, party, no. And Omukonya man so chibia.
PN now the my party, PNC secretary, general secretary.
Yes, Womuna nature say. You suspended no. Now you suspended it there. Now we say be money be kasa wo. Jumedi ati say asia. Na say e di jumedi na ni mo nyam kra ba form.
Enti CPP na be kasa say MPP kasa no kire say economy no.
Na ya
jan kakra e wo but enei I started peda and NDC for so amonti ase. And the dollar number for mo ben. Dollar number for be brother nti who said dollar now?
Now dollar no na was saying san e cost.
Now was say series this year January.
And
about 15.
I COVID no Russia Ukraine war but afterwards no.
Na say and tokwa no ma
7-8.
Wo mu guso.
Tokwa no ma wie.
Omu guso kon.
Omu guso kon.
Aye.
Ene ya mompae.
O say
so omu guso kon dia ya mompae.
Sir.
Na say tokwa no na ma ne cost ro. Na minim se tokwa na brase na ama dollar na ba form kakra dia
and the petrol price
no enya dollar ne nko aho eniema ama Ghana ayedin no enya dollar ne nko a sabi niema bo a akosoro bebre no se wo yi dollar ne free wa aban ankasa eto taxes a odi atoto niema so no eno na ama ho kire bebre
but you in government also introduce
dollar ne ba form no aban ne hwe no tete to no so na ma ho hari kakra so emra
musumo introduce taxes extra mo na mo de bae
egusu de omo ka kire se ye nim adwuma eto nko an ye nim je e na bosia eto omo de omo ba omo nye to omo ba ye mintimin kan kra no eto be sa ahodo be sa aduonu 22 and omo de aba from 2019 ebesi ne eto bebre edida petrol and diesel so ɛno ka ho bi na ama petrol ni diesel boɔ no na kwa na ɛkɔ soro no eti sɛ dollar na eba fam a na ɛbɛboa ma ho hari kakra ba aban no so hwɛ na ɔtete toɔ no so na ma edwom yɛntɔ nneɛma na ma nneɛma so boɔ ɛmra fam na obi ahon hari no ɛnyɛ saa de ahokyerɛ no ɛnyɛ dollar no nko na ɛbɛma na aba fam
ɛba fango so ɔmate so fango aba fam
sɛ no deɛ ɛyɛ dollar no deɛ na ɛma na aba fam na ɛtoɔ na ɛda fango no so no ɔmo yiyi bi firi wa ɛbɛsan aba fam mɔ ama na aboa yɛ nyinaa ɛno na yɛrehwɛ obi apɛ sɛ onya ahotɔ because ahokyerɛ no ya ɛdin o
say
pressure na ɛdin o
ɛne yɛ president kora ka
ɛdin
na na do aka sɛ
onim
sɛ ahokyerɛ wɔ hɔ
a ɔmo ɛwɔ kaa kora no adwuma ɔmo kɔ adwuma ɔmo de kɔ do ada ɛbena da wuku ada ya wada ɔmo mfa nkɔ na ɔmo de akɔ fi ada saa na adwuma ɛfɔ yɛ run shift a ne nyinaa no ɛnyɛ papa ɛmmoa ma productivity ɛnkɔ soro eti ahokyerɛ a wɔman no ne deɛ ɛyɛ real ɛwɔ sɛ aban hwɛ na ɔyɛ ho bibi
ma yɛntie nana yɛ agyantoa kakra CPP for general secretary yɛntie deɛ ɔno so ka na yɛnni nkɔbɔ
today is poverty, which today is corruption, which today is conflict of interest, which today is nepotism. With all our strength and with all our might, as enjoined by our national anthem, Ghana is bleeding. Ghana is hemorrhaging. We need to come together as a nation to salvage this country. This can only be done if Ghanaians consider to vote the CPP as the only option for economic transformation and growth, development. Indeed, the CPP holds the key to that effect, and indeed, we are a government in waiting. As you choose your leaders today, your national leaders to lead your party, do remember the whole world is watching to see what happens at this arena. Let the best man win. Let the victor be happy and jubilate towards a good cause. Let the vanquished lose gallantly, but above all, remember you are one people with a common purpose and a goal. Let victors ensure that they work closely with the vanquished to improve inclusiveness. This would cut the syndrome of winner takes all, which is always not good for party cohesion and comradeship. We wish you a fruitful and successful National Delegate Congress, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Nana ya Jantua and Outain in Kanono, General Secretary, Edema CPP. What say or may ya hotre woman. And Nana do a buying, we need anymore. Yeah, my post, nepotism. And they or I said, yeah, oh, Kakura near any more. Any idea, Nana ya Jantua ne Casayo. Any idea. One no susu say CPP. And a bet me, I bet a year Ghana. Now, CPP party, no, a Gusuya vibrant there. A Gusuya vibrant one.
Oh, dear.
What's say?
Oh, I'm more and said that any giddy, sir.
Why, national chairman for CPP?
Nana Frimpong, Kuma. Nana Frimpong, Kuma. Oh, hold on, Nana Frimpong, Kuma. And I know there were some issues. Maybe because only the right person to be the chairperson of the party. And there were someone to grab an extra hole. A friend Nana from Poma Kuma. That's right. But Nana, Mr. Broja Isubi. In 2020 elections, you made a very vibrant within the Ashanti region, the NDC. The votes you had.
One down, Brafuka, can you dream out the antibi? They all can of Brafuno.
They brought from a cream wood.
Not maybe South say 2020 elections now, of course. The NDC, no man would go for Mamutminas Avos, no, about the Saquans, because this time around, over 650,000. About the same.
Oh, sir, 2020 about one. Party no eye adwuma pa ne titiri wo regions a ye ka akankasa e wo ho general secretary Esiedun Ketia ono na da team a ye call all the 9 regions a ye ka akankasa wo oti eastern region, central, western north, ahafo buno east any Asante.
Okay.
Ye call baby a me Kaiser Asante, ye call be Semprensa.
Okay.
I will share constituencies bia ye dey see ani so e call ye campaign pa ye vote every to say 5,000 e call 14,000
okay
o share manso edu bia manso kwanta ene baby a omo ye mining no a ni nyina gina dwumaden a ye dey see ani so enipa de wo ho bampempi no ye nko omo nan so eti 2020 no na ye ni general nam no ne ye nko district capital ye see constituency wa ye hwe kro ketua bia ye betimi akọ ho
na je se mu reform
ye reform pa ene nkofo di nkomo me kai se baby bebre wa ye call ya ehemfu bebre ka se e free se omo kro ni ba ye no party penimu bia ni wa o free NDC ana MPP aba ho eno nkoanti omo nya do e de ma ye
okay
now unfortunately for us no ye nuanom MPP for no se omo nim kro no bo eti omo sheda ko print ballot papers ni bi eno omo ton print e de fa kwati kwan so eti me di rewura ballot box eti oh yachi bebre nana yachi enya accusation yachi bi wo ejeso yachi bi wo asanwase e de omo ko police station asem no police station ye ka say na e ba ne sa no e ma ye ya ho odin kosoro no no omo so ho odin kosoro because omo so afa kwan bi so e de bi gum eti eno ha ye eti enya 653,000 no omo so enya almost 1.8 million which means that the difference was still 1.2 million. It is not good for us. Eti me gidi say 2024 no I was here a strategy ni ye yeah adwuma say be kosoro no ni ye hwe kwan a almost on faculty kwan so emoye kro no
you know what okay you know I'm surprised about the chairmanship position who he's choosing. Why I'm surprised is the fact that the accusation that they accuse the chairman or can Ashanti Radio chairman can and then they are vying for deputy vice chairman
General Secretary, Deputy Secretary,
Deputy General Secretary, Wakamubi. 99 ka obi besie. Ene sanka abro pepepe eja. Ye nyina na accuse ye dia. Ene ada na ye support ye ho ye. Na ye to me end debunking the accusation because today if you are not supporting him it might look like maybe the accusation could be true. But me nka ho. Ebi a chairman na ye enti. Me kra me internet bi.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sa in Chato so na wo kan no. Ashanti regional chairman. Yakoto aba party fo ni nyina say ono. E na ye pese odi party nanim. Me gidi say bibi koya anko yi a ka party fo no nsan fa to me ne ma no. Meme esem we ba ye no. Ya sign me ti and one dance nyina ba party na hwehwem boni bia anim eti menyi ni se ye da ho gina e honom no dia meka ya em se wan fo adwena ankoso ne se 2024 abato no MPP for ne say omo the force and ebeji akonya no
omo kan na ben
breaking the 8 no
eno ye force
force eye key se wo bia e na wo be hu sabi bibia ni ho a wo bebu a onfa force on kan ho eti breaking the 8 no omo the force na ebebu eti to omo the force na ebebu a yenya party mpanifo a omo wa kukuduru a omo da omo sore omo adwene nyina ye se kwan be na NDC be fa so aba power se yenya sam mpanifo na omo twa afa ye so
national organizer why na beto aman
Osa be chichire me nsabio. Osa be chichire me nsabio.
General Secretary waka. Deputy General Secretary. Deputy General Secretary.
Deputy General Secretary. Aye. Eno no. Mi woni pa be mienu. Wa Baku Mustafa em say Yobo aye ne dina ira me kakra Mustafa
na kwa be dia to
ena Kwame Zu aha sa ni pa mienu sa wo yire me pa dia me ka se Kwame Zu
na national organizer so
as a now person which is me wa kwan bebre so Nipa 7
national organizer
one and that's your
Joseph Yamin
and the other
Nipa 7 that's Ashanti Regional Caucus what you zoo udina zoo usai dina Yamin na Ashanti Caucus e wa na obakọ ni atia yo yate na neck so
neck member hey neck omodo so
19
madam for baku wom
hwan
wonder oye madam for pa na me mama baku so
what the saying
Arabategu
from the west how do you know ya number 18 Arabategu number 18 mayor wo
mama njina won chen where they want to choose mama
me choose ma one what choose ade na me ta wachi any ade right you better the court in the back you nya ma unko all right go ahead
deputy national organizer
no eno so edin ho o se yi nipa mienu but nipa miensa ena mani gina wo mo so Yera Kobe Ballon. Ono de we di kind dada.
Kobe Ballon.
I want the okodada. Aka baako ya de ne be kan no. Na baako no akogina minua Elekem Kotoko. Na Alhaji Kundo omo mienu so.
Eno so me pushu pa.
So pushi me pa. O pushi me pa.
Ya pa.
Aja men kasa.
Oh yeah, sure.
Pushi me pa.
Ya pa enfa.
Ara men kasa.
E ho de enfa. Enfa mate. Na yenya ma nko na you wish you good luck. Hoping the court will decide.
Thank you very
what
much.
What you hoping say besi. Na akoto aba. Na ya say ebetimi akwa aba.
Madam say so I don't go next level. Madam say nyame nham. Ama me energy na akosoro.
Sa ho.
Eti mon pe curtain si ho ma me kwa na me de ko.
Ye pe curtain fa ma na fa kwa ho. Ya te mon pe curtain ma no na on to be fa nko. Ye rabroja jamfi. And now ten Sammy Jamfi Edinia. I or the quatch manson. What the quatch manson. Or pound what in the quatch manson. Our court. I don't know. It is still a party for Nekasa. Or more from other political parties. And Nekasa. Never PPP. Where PPP? PPP. Pre Papa. Never. Or Papa Sindum. Oh, how dear. And the party no more. You. NTNT, they are not so kind. Now, Faye. Why you did
this, outside the fact that the finance minister, who is a referee, is also a player. And so he's asking us to cut 40% of our savings. Do you know who he's having the meetings with? He's having the meetings with management of Data Bank. Because the director of SEC worked with him in Data Bank. So he's doing a personal management meeting in doing what he does to Ghana. Ghana has suffered for far too long. We wish the NDC well. By any chance, if the NDC gets to that Jubilee House before us, we ask them to consider what we have put here as the policy of the Progressive People's Party. Thank you very much. PPP, yes sir. PPP, yes sir. PPP, yes sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, P.
Yeah, Oka PPP, I sorry. Was I for so much sorry, but still I and your monk PPP. Or Madakakra or Monsori and your monk yepa. Na Nipaba a very controversial parliament. Very controversial member of parliament. Well, MPP for hey, who ne kete by Hajuna Papa. What is our na? What is our na?
Maintain your canoe, say.
Obey the Yera Minta Akando. Or no, what do you see was saying? Yes, no mayor who's our next level out there. Yaman next level. Nipa Bakwa.
I'm also pay next level. You say yes, next level energy drink.
About what is health, but he's a very just I don't know I call for you. What don't more? Mamma Mooney be a mamadi. Masara and a kama. Why a parliamentarian? but we promote a great power. Our Ghana's parliament. A lot of the farmers in parliament. If I can't tell me, I'm going to show them my family.
Oh, okay.
And the idea, one young home for sure. Ghana, they Ghana more adults. I say better me at the Ghana rice. And
I will have a bill fee ban on Swa, Drabosu area. Nina Kambanama on for Kria, any agron.
Yeah, I'm in Yaba.
Bibi Abakwadi.
Kakra.
So far, and they, Babaton said.
Oh, Yamiadum, so to say, effort. You be a course dream, security, the beard and a claim. And who the enthusiasm. Go for people one combat matter movie at TV. But don't hear outside the stadium, so you always have a mob dump him. And my delegate Nicholas and I say, we are hungry for power. I'm a moon, and your papa. Ghana for whether you like it or not. Yeah, no money there, so Simon Muboni, we know. You bet me a 2 or no. So we cannot afford to disappoint the people of the country.
But in the way you are portraying a hotel, Ghana hotel, I'm not saying that hotel in your Congress.
We don't want you to oh, sabi, bread, yasa. Sikani, you depend primary. It's say, your number was said, yeah.
What the last baby show?
Last baby show.
Well, Yanko Abatoya, you will be voting. I know you will tell me who you vote for. Or you don't mind, you can tell us who you are going to be voting for, especially. Is it G for C or C for C?
What is important is that there will be a C.
There will be a C?
Yes.
But whether it's going to be C or G, you won't tell. But
there will be a C.
There will be a C. But the parliament,
but we are parliamentarian now.
There is one Madame for the Martin, Madame for Bebre. And some of them spoken to somewhere somehow as
the beauty of democracy is the beauty of democracy. There's no way you never talk about Akobabi Paco. It's not possible.
But happenings before and then as a campaigner hasn't been healthy.
Well, I must be very honest. Some aspects and can avoidable, but unfortunately, your bedroom will be doing. But if you say it is not completely out of hand, but we are managing our bedroom, because sadly we know it is to be expected. I've used not less than 22 years out of my years to serve this party. Me who contest she say that. The contest be a more she say some of these things are expected. But at the end of the Congress, the GDS will all come back together and then forge ahead. It is to be expected. Sabi obingu obi acid nku obi a. Obi fa acid ngu obi enku no. You suspend the general secretary bia. You suspend the national chairman bia. Campaign and obi a Sabi, you say I know any anusia yentoma. It for me.
But campaign, I can say slay on your party. Campaign a bit, knowing what happened in court, knowing before the court, and somewhere you see, your party is not formidable enough to collect ordinary result of a national election.
You see, the problem is correct. And don't forget to say. Assembliano, I are put in a contest, and Sabi, and I've told you, sir, for me anyway, they are wonderful men, and for me, I have personal attachment to these two gentlemen. But no crano, air back, no crack can never be won. Young politicians have contested elections for the past 22 years. In fact, at least every 4 years, they are contested elections. And so being contested elections, no for delegating or no more beside the question. I am very germane. I am very fatima. It is only suicidal. Abra Obekantro. And don't forget to say, I said in Katia, and yes, small boy in Ghana politics.
No.
He knew what he was talking about. And he knew he was being recorded. He knew it. What?
In fact, he has admitted that he spoke on 5 platforms.
Exactly.
And he was not hiding anything.
So there was absolutely nothing wrong with what he said. Absolutely nothing wrong.
Mama Ghana for who said, look at results. Mako court, what's the area? No, catch there, sir.
You see, you call court, no. Ghana, you to a bar in Yamirano. Anka, Musha, and yet a genius and Yahunia. Easy for any other responsibility to conduct the election.
But that was an alternative. It was an alternative. After they realized he did not have anything to show in court.
We don't even need anything to show in court. You see, any other mandated body to conduct an election. In the elections, you know, Sanka, you don't even need to send an agent there. It will be now doubt the results of the elections. Now, if they have nothing to hide, conduct elections, you know, they must make the results available. Maybe they are not making it available. No, it's not the results. Who they are making it available? It's not the results. The only authentic results, you know, is the results from the EC. And until my court to say, we have challenges. We have challenges because we couldn't even collect our figures. Are you telling me that the fact to say you don't collect the figures and it means that the elections must be rigged?
No, you didn't bring that out. You did not bring the fact that you did not collect.
We didn't make that. We didn't say that because it was not part of our plea. We didn't have to do that. But this is a time, the Parakosia delegates, Parakosia party for. He needed to explain what really happened to them. For me, I may be wrong, but I don't see anything wrong with it. A party for and they need to know the truth. These are delegates. These are leaders of the party at various levels. And therefore, I was so the cost of our party. It is different from say, I said look at the rally. No, Gino Jum. Now Ebia or yet Sanema Wino. It's for me, you know, what is important is that Ebia, your KNB, and that is one thing I like about him. I have worked with him all my life. To tell me, I said, look at the child, so for me, some of these jabs is understandable. And then at the end of the day, Sabi, my joy is that the ye chairman for Sabi MPP chairman, you need to penny some for Sabi. Ye general second, MPP chairman, you need to penny or no. So any of these two men, Obi Ebenibiano, and MPP 40 penny. That's my joy. And this tells you that we have the men. What I say. So when Kitty went there, you better after we'll come together.
Yes, we lead the Kasa.
Very important. Very important. Lawyer Duna. Lawyer Duna Obekasa.
Even as we subject the party to a competitive democratic process, I still believe irrebatably that he remains a presumptive nominee to lead the party into the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. The national chairman of our party, national chair of our Council of Elders, the general secretary, very respected members of our Council of Elders, very distinguished delegates of the National Democratic Congress. How gratifying it is this afternoon to address you on behalf of the NDC Parliamentary Minority Group, the gallant 137 members of Parliament who are doing their utmost best to position the NDC as a credible, worthy alternative government. I bring to you warm felicitations from the entire caucus, which is united to work around the leadership of our party to save this country, to save our economy from President Nana Addo Danquo's misrule and misgovernance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in every civilized democracy, there is what we call the essential ingredients of the democratic process. One of it is that there is freedom of expression, freedom of speech, built on the foundations of what is referred to as an independent electoral commission. One of the requirements, again, is an independent media that regulates and reports the affairs of state. Ladies and gentlemen, as I address you, we should be mindful that the decisions we take as a party, in particular the election of our national officers, have implications for our party's future. We will be committing the most unpardonable political sin if we fail to unseat the new patriotic party come December 2024 to end the misery that they have subjected us to. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to limit myself to attempts by the new patriotic party government in cohort with the Electoral Commission of Ghana to deny Ghanaian citizens legitimate guaranteed constitutional right under Article 42 of our Constitution, which guarantees the right of every citizen of 18 years and above to be on the electoral roll and to be registered as a voter. Is it not significant that since the inception of multi-party democracy under the Fourth Republic, the Electoral Commission of Ghana under Jean Mensa has failed to operationalize Article 42 of the 1992 Constitution by way of periodic annual voters registers exercise. Since 2020, Ghanaians who have attained the age of 18 into 2021, 2022, and probably even to the early years of 2023 have not been given the opportunity to be registered as voters. We simply in the NDC cannot understand this, and we have a duty to defend the constitutional ideals, and in particular, Article 42 of our Constitution. Is it also not instructive that they are masquerading to deny us of a deserved victory in the 2024 elections when we are told that they want to use the Ghana card as basis for electoral register? First of all, we know that the Electoral Commission of Ghana under Article 45, 46, 47 of the Constitution is not subject to the direction of any person, control, or organization, but at least the National Identification Authority is not such independent. The current voter register has a population of 17 million Ghanaian people. The total registered persons under the National Identification Authority is 16.7 million. Let someone reconcile this for me when you say you want to use the national ID card for basis of an electoral register where there is discrepancy between what is on your electoral roll as registered by the Electoral Commission of Ghana, distinct and different from what is on the national ID card roll. Significant for me to add that, for instance, in Ashanti region, out of 3.5 million, only 3.2 cards have been issued, representing 91.4%. In the Ahafo region, out of 675,198 cards issued, 271, representing 40.2%. In the northern region, out of 1.3 million, only 840,000 cards have been issued, representing 64.46%. In the central region, you have 1.8 million against 1.5. Ladies and gentlemen, as we address this Congress, President Nana Addo Dankwa has not only failed by creating an economic mess, he has also gone ahead to create what you call a foreign policy crisis for our country. Those of you who listen to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former foreign minister of our republic, former attorney general, he simply failed momentarily to have impulse control and to ensure balance between foreign policy and the security of our state when he openly condemned Burkina Faso and mentioned the Wagner Group of Russia. I have information that our ranking member on Foreign Affairs and our members on the Foreign Affairs Committee will ask for detailed briefing to Parliament on this reckless, irresponsible, unprofessional statement by the President of our Republic. If he cannot provide us with food, he should not let them bring guns on us as a country. And as I said, the NDC, we need to work together, we need to work together, and we need to redeem this country. The state of our country is simply one. As many of you have witnessed, Excellency John Dramani Mahama in 2016 to 2017 left a debt of 170 billion, now increased 120 billion Ghana cedis. January 2017, it was reported by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as colossal. Today, our public debt is in the region of over 450 billion Ghana cedis. That has occasioned what he denied when he said there will be no haircut, and we are now hearing a debt exchange program. So to the new Patriotic Party persons who just appeared before Congress to solidarize with us, your joy and celebration over the appreciation of the city may be short-lived. So don't over-celebrate. Inflation is still at 50%. Cost of living is still high. Cost of goods and services is still high. You are not able to determine even public sector wages. And now the minimum wage is 14.8 cedis, and a loaf of bread is 25 Ghana cedis. This can only happen under the non-performing party headed by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. What the NDC needs to do is to work together. We expect delegates to conduct themselves well and elect national officers that will partner our flag bearer, who eventually may be elected in March, to cruise the party to victory. The youth and women wing of our party remains the wing of that Falcon aircraft that will fly the party to victory. I therefore urge our youth and women's wing to demonstrate discipline, mutual respect for each other, and fly the party to victory with the national executives to be elected today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I need not take credit, but to say that at least we increase together working with all of you and the national executives of our party, we increase the number of elected MPs of the party from 106 to 137 of a hung parliament. A hung parliament that we are doing our utmost best to ensure that at least going into the future, my major concern and worry, and Congress must begin finding answers to it, the NDC must begin finding answers to it. What kind of economy is John Dramani Mahama likely to inherit in 2025? What kind of governance are we to provide? The Ghanaian people expect nothing but meaningful governance that respects their security and safety, and governance that shares the opportunities of our country. But at least we are certain that Excellency John Dramani Mahama will not run a nepotistic government. We are now being told that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, his war against corruption is in tatters. Even the special prosecutor he appointed has not been paid for 16 months. And he himself has gone on to do appointments that offense Section 21 of the Special Prosecutor Act and Article 195 of the Constitution. Charity, they say, begins at home. We expect all of them to demonstrate fidelity to the law and fidelity to the Constitution of Ghana. Let me, on behalf of the NDC caucus and on my own personal behalf, wish the 10th National Delegates Congress every success and wish you all travel messages back. God bless us all and thank you all.
Honorable Harun Idrisu, now in Kano, minority leader in Parliament. Mensa Nehuna Manie, watch them send the Mensa and address and 18 years, one register 2021, 2022. What award did they? One shame register. General Secretary Bepimas will be about Mensa. You know, and the Mensa Nehuna Manie. No, I said another. As some of the Abre, one riot to one of the Makum. Bomb free Russia, Nedrugana. Adaya Burkina Faso. Wakwa no USC Africa Summit. Wakwa report Burkina Faso. America. Some of the mercenaries be. Russia for Burkina Faso. Any idea? Sadia no. Ebetimi edio yena brain. And wasa kabium. Sa and nay. But oh, unim send this if one ye flag bearer. There be omunya. But there be a catcher say. Yes. The iron idea. Wamo aka kwada. Small carries a theatre say, said the car Ghana no, and we are John Dramani Mahama Pape, the minority leader is endorsing the former president, John Dramani Mahama of the party, who is John Dramani Mahama. Nippon Sieka Hono, that's woman Pebe, and that's any Alabatego Casansa. One not that number 18. I said. Neck members no or not here they are obenya baku and 19 obenya baku okay omu yi 5 abatego my ma wakwa western region e ho no free aba bakwaze bako bakeda support e won odoso baby amada no munshiro kwa baby amada no yekunyimizi 18 mamisi ya miyi no oyanyame ne hyehyɛ and mowin hands down. I'm in a mother first. Into about win hands down. Out of the 19, the 5 nation, Arabatego's name will be in it. One first position. Will be first or second. Or son away in 5. And that by the grace of God, me that my first. A first out of the 5. Yes. Out. Yeah. What makes you think so? I didn't know for that. Okay. First. Menda wa so ye djuma ye eya we and this djuma no se eya inja support wo bebia meta ona meta de bojeje mfi also support. Yes oya abade oya want oba besia ye ko demonstration 20 policemen against Arabatego. Okay. Where's okay, Araban Pacho, the only say easy for the ballot boxes number around 17 polling stations. That's right. A whole ballot box. No, now on Batwa now my Arabatego. Number 18. Now Baba neck member. Araban so or say Oberwin. And then Kokra now win the Arabatego become one of the 5 neck members from Metro Baba. 19. Former ministers, former MPs, former ambassadors, my leader, Haruna Idrisu. Okay. The time is youth, national youth organizer. Regional deputy women's organizer. You know, for 16 good years. So all of them know, and all of them know how I work for the party. Ethiopia to be Araba guy, also was some party in the regional level. From branch to the regional level. Okay, branch hold now. Okay. And yeah, I can attest to that. Okay. I'm a branch chairperson. It's no nonsense area. Senate area. Yes, one year. I was it. Yes, I'll be Senate will be President Kofua in a man in a walk. But over here, candidate, Mama no kwan ekurumpo. I chased there is a table.
Chairman no national chairman ana.
Yes.
Chairman ma kotokona.
Yes. There is a table me chasing. Ya kodomo by election. Odododo. Me che mama ye mama chi boot to boot. There's a table no week to it of. Later is a table. Alabetego, nobody except the Lord. I know that. I'm going to bring NDC back to power. I know that for a fact. I know that for a fact. You don't know me. Oh, papa. Oh, Hadia Fati. I went this. Oh, Hadia Fati. Yakwa. As I was by election. Ogwani. You face one muta kind of time. I mean, this guy, someone, my MPP chairman, if you was someone saying, make you one Zama warrior. The time no of a sample or your organizer may challenge one. What would I mean? This you know I am too late. You won at that place. I'm coming to do the work again because of NDC. That's why I can't work proper. Oh yes, Wahala demonstration. 20 policemen against Alabama. Yes, but most of my friends I don't know why.
What's that?
What police for the BB? What police for the BB? This woman is there for me. Yes. Don't joke with me. In politics, there is no joke. Only Bible and church has a friend. In politics, no friend. Work hard and your party come to. I better go. Hey, Papa. Also, Pusani Bibi no. Mama Nana CPP General Secretary. CPP General Secretary. Nana Yajantua, no name, Ewa Ghana. Yes. Ebano name, Yensio, any light, PURC. Mamia a communicator for so many, and then PRC and Tioman. As a Tiomonka Papa, any idea. But as a general secretary for CPP, a strong party, and they were a general secretary, Emma CPP. Was a Ghana sofa, and what's our Ghana? Hey, what's it? Now, this will be catching up. What's it? This will be catching us a Ghana sofa. Some, and what's our Ghana bini? Hey, and it was a petrol boy. Don't no cry 5 CDs. And no beer household income as well, sir. Eminia, a more din papa, and they binum their Bobosia no mania commission, your Bobosia no mania commission, your Bobosia no mania commission. One no, and you can override that in a bush for. Sir, now you know your Kojibosia no Aja commission. Data bank. On 158 million potty. What's your say? Or sorry, or say bed in sharing. I also find it sick and emra. Oh, friend, sir. Faswa onya wo borrow ai offer mimra ye fatika no sudi because e dey nti na ote wa wo se yen no ye pensions ene ye sika kakra wo ho no ye ma metete so maye ontimi maye the same debt restructure na debt one na debt ne bae a car ya born Ghana has since 1957 to 2017 na ye 121 billion Ghana cedis. You almost buy 2017 312 billion. Now you forex forex near 39 billion. So the forex ne come you bought a 400 and something billion within 5 years. 5 years old. A 60 free SHS. Free SHS are saying. Many free SHS are one district, one factory. Pachania muscle. And they muscle. One village, one dam. A dear dam fish ponds no. A dear bad dama. $1 million. Million patio, they are the okay. $1 million now. A dear ambulance no. And no crown son, I bet me a ambulance just so cheska. A dear no my one district, one factory away. Omukoko who's a company before her. No more the stick our bottom. One district to Amfa. Casapreco choir, one district to Amfa. Casapreco buy a cranny and woman. Into another one district to Amfa. Almost a private Casapreco and Nejuma. A private public partnership. Private public partnership. And no started from scratch. Who are buying? Who necessarily would dear Nimu? Private sector Niska.
Aban to me borrow more. Aban will access to capital. Aban will access to resources. There were non-taxable resources. You gold near Niema. There were taxable resources. There were grants. There were loans. You can't in our boma. Aban sika foot to a kutano. A more do say private sector.
Banana CPP cannot be the alternative. Currently, we are not seeing you well on the grounds.
Ground him for no communia. You were ground pa. Baby no be fed by CPP. You were ground pa. Maybe a young coy. You the near me welcome. You be you want to man. I'm moving
Congress conference.
You be next year. Be in abo. Say ya didn't share be at all. On we am person be back. Ya call NDC ni MPP and I baby ako diska. You didn't share be at 1,000 for 1,000 less or more. Obi a Ghana for Obi o feel say. Ghana see a Ghana see home. Yeah, fundraising. Obia ubet minima 1,000, 100, 500 cities. Niye raising funds through the public.
No. About to say NDC dia. Wa mobile congress here. Wa mdi momo number 2 Ghana.
But I had a betuja. You were short code near the Ayan. You real betuja. Be a bit near country.
That will be the first of its kind from CPP.
Yes, that will be the first of its kind. Yeah, she should be at all. And no one say you be pound to ma near launch. That's
the first. Yeah, I'm going to discover.
Maybe be a crack. Maybe a congress. Now, or met theatre a fees. And also, and yes, sustainable. And I associate the Sikanka and yes, sustainable. But say no, young per se will be abded in Sababa County. Say, yeah, public or near the public in Akabo. Say Ghana, you were problem.
Is it that CPP is saying that Ghana for air alternative now?
Of course, Ghana alternative.
That is what you are seeing.
Baby, I'll be Fabia, will be as CPP. Baby, I'll be Fabia.
Almost say, most of someone near me.
Send your walking. CPP, a Jibabia. Ebeka ni say ye be ye fie bibia kama ne de aba ye ne Ghana for na ekọ CPP ye Ghana party ye ne ye wo Ghana ye ne ye bo Ghana si ho otimas ye ne ma Ghana independence ye ne kuta keys no to the economic development time Kwame Nkrumah ewu no ne ye nya political independence or na oba be ye the next phase of economic independence and inti na oye 1965 economic development plan and ku ni ba yanom onma ku ni ba enne CPP baba begia konya
but political parties me no na jam nkrofo
omunye nkrofo omunye wa wo ye
NDC adibi
obi kasa odo CPP na oni CPP ma na oyo trofo me ye me hinfa na me wo na me public servant me o CPP ti so wo so do CPP na wo ni CPP ma oyo trofo nti o betena ba bi o mo tena na yen a ye wo ho ne build the party esese ohun bibi emra revolution ne bae na party bi ani ho nti obia ekọ ne nam revolution nem kakra but ye be a political party activity obia ko back to na yi nti obi bia wa ma back no na je so onye CPP ni wa ma back na je so onye CPP ni nti no omo ntina ba ye de ye be ye nkrofo mom a omo de abufuo akotena nchen so obi ti se Samia obi ti se Professor Akosa ene nkrofo ni bi wo ho no wo mu sei no benya akono wo mu komre benya akono wo mu sei na ye be ye homecoming ni ya ma wo mu nyina abafie na obi biara a wo so no wate ho a wasi nchen because ofa ba bia obi a be hia ni bi even grounds ha obi aso e CPP
ahaya ye we
me na mka kire wo
NDC fo ye we
agwa bebre tu o mu ye CPP amaka kire o mu so o mu de ba bi o mu no o mu ntena ho
sao ene no anu no why
Mate.
Yeah, that's it.
Me so me da wase.
Yeah, because one ultimately now baby they cry CPP for.
I'm
a CPP.
I will be a
baby. I will be a me
ho. Brand name purpose ma we na ye aduma.
Wo de momo no to da.
Yes.
Me na me tia bi kan.
No.
Na to me aboa. Ma CPP edina.
Yes.
Na to me because and this ni MPP. So ma tete ye do.
Ye nya ye hu ni nyina ya so ansa na ye su ye. Se akase ye be so apamu a ye ni CPP. Yaso ansa alcohol yaso ansuo palm wine de ye ho ne ho nti ene na ye besoa na ye de akoya ni
General Secretary of the party MRCPP na ya ajantoa wo se NDC fu egu akura no wo mumu fa ebebupo wo mu ye CPP
o se o no mo di nkomo se o de o mo tena ho boko no mo nyina ye CPP for
wanda
nana
am se kwafo no mo nya o madwen se wo mo be start ato aba na ni ehwe kwan se former president Bekasa why na kasa yi
sisi ade afa Me who say Obia Badia.
Obia Nyama.
Me shut down when you.
Enti na chese yendia mufama kwamina ene general manager na omometo aso me ni umienu yedoma tira napa tira napa wote wo hwe manim saa tira napa right yedoma tira napa
ene say no o say enra me na wo ha na wo dwane koe they say na wabo ma bepem samre ye na ebe dwane akọ me say me dwane akọ just a Monday.
Just a Monday. Oh,
just a Monday.
But maybe we interest about to make my baby.
Mate.
Remember my results. No.
Mate.
No matter the best me.
Yes, we CPP ni into baby aye.
O say.
Yes, we CPP ni.
Na Ghana ha. Media man bia obi sa no so CPP ni.
Asa.
Wuni man na. Why na nkwaka so NDC ana MPP. So ebe wi ase no. Na fa na political parties ni mu. E da wo kwa na enye ize. Enti de atia na sa na te. Ye CPP before me boa. Eno asemi ani. Problem bi ani ho. Asake sa.
Baba enda wa ya adwuma.
Wo so wa ya adwuma.
Wa ya adwuma. Wo hwe mra wo sha ase e we ani mo ho. A lot of interviews were now wo ye wo ko na wo ba nyina no. Wa bo adwuma. Enti okay be
say His Excellency former President John Dramani Mahama. One kasa say.
Aha o.
One kasa say. Kakra wo mutu abawie na result ne ba abonte a no wode ne kasa e de aba me kan say MP before the no so sa na tie former president of Ghana Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo spoke after the elections and certainly he will be here to observe ye wie ne breaking no mo to aba oto ne the area obekọ wakọ na time so ne e ba na so a obesaba but me se na kuma mo candidate na kumem
o candidate on your favorites o yan den
o say why me candidate ya kwamina ti obi sam nsem we ya fa ho bai
o general secretary say why na o kwama
o say
o say general secretary kwama
why na bisa
ni pa for no bisa o nyame na bisa o kwamina say general secretary kwama
why na bisa
kwamina na bisa manya wa say
me delegate want to be misam
o so organizer ni pa 7 why na kwama no
wono me candidate wono me candidate no krapa ne say omo ejina na me na mfo no omo ofa chairman na the only madam for near do say on said that yes I'm not too close I've not had a close contact but all of them are friends oko general secretary so
sure
and me koka otuko no problem me ko Elvis free anchor no problem me koka say what the say 50 kwete o nyina ya me na mfofo enti na me we interest enti na say ade a mutu wi a e de be ko wi a na ene ade fine nebo flag bearer there me no maka it is not about democracy is good but it's looking like ownership to one side and that is where it probably might be enti yefa enkomo no esi ha kwam na beba be sa interview no na yenjai makwam na the general manager na omofa media na aka no emfa nto aso
utie de aba ya John Dramani Mahama you born dia o sorry who did the nko no and as usual wa born green top no as a soldier ni wa born long sleeve kama na wa born ani who dey be and vim on the bar podium no sinya de ketwa de nko John Dramani Mahama ne wo ba
asa ba be kasa o
ba be kasa yeti
Thank you. Ezu. Hey. Thank you very much, all of you. Chairman of the Council of Elders of our great party, members of the Council of Elders, National Executive Committee members, our running mate for the 2020 election, leader of the NDC group in Parliament, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and your members of Parliament, our national chairman, our general secretary, fellow colleagues from sister parties, members of the NDC diaspora who have paid airfares to be here with us. I appreciate you, and delegates. I wish to warmly welcome all of you to this 10th Congress of the National Democratic Congress. Let me begin by expressing my appreciation to our sister parties for the fraternal messages that they brought. I think the messages were well thought through, and I consider them to be the keynote addresses of this Congress. Thank you very much, members of our sister parties. I start this speech with one quotation from the Bible, and that's Romans 8:31. And it says, if God be for us, who can be against us? And then another quote from a very famous hymn, Begone Unbelief, and that is the end of the first stanza, which says, with Christ in the vessel, I smile at the storm. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all too soon, 4 years have elapsed since we last gathered to elect leaders to various national executive positions of the party. With that mandate having expired and as required by our Constitution, we have gathered here once again at the Accra Sports Stadium to elect another crop of leaders into office to manage the affairs of this party for the next 4 years. Today's election represents the final piece that will complete the party's management and administrative structure, and it comes after an elaborate and comprehensive restructuring and reorganization exercise spanning the last 2 years. In that period, we have democratically elected over 300,000 branch executives, over 7,000 constituency executives, and 300 regional executives. Exactly a week ago today, the National Youth and Women's elections were held successfully in Cape Coast, and I wish to use this opportunity to congratulate all who took part in that exercise. To those who won the elections, I say well done. And to those who could not realize their objectives of occupying national executive positions, I congratulate you nonetheless, for it takes real courage to step up to the plate and offer yourself for leadership in any organization. You live to fight another day. I note that in the period preceding those elections and its immediate aftermath, a series of regrettable exchanges ensued which threatened to detract from the larger objective of consolidating our leadership of this country from this bungling and inept NPP government. I have, in conjunction with various elders of the party, moved to resolve the differences that gave rise to these exchanges, and I'm gratified to see that calm and normalcy has gradually returned to the youth front of our party. I'll reiterate the counsel I gave to those involved in these exchanges that victory or defeat in internal contests should not provide the basis for feuds, as they serve no purpose than advancing the interests of our opponents. The NDC possesses adequate organizational capacity and acumen to resolve internal disputes. Hence, it should be possible to iron out our differences of any sort emanating from any form of contest without waging a war of attrition
against each other. I've observed, though to a much lower extent, similar sharp rhetoric and exchanges in some of the contestations leading up to today's election. And I want to urge an appeal for restraint and demonstration of maturity, which we have exhibited many times over, even as we go through today's important exercise. I expect that the period during and after these elections would be peaceful and cordial, and that we can immediately set about the task of preparing the party to our next power from the MPP to offer sound and proper governance for this country. This party brims with the democratic spirit, and we have withstood many intense and highly competitive elections, and we have emerged unscathed. Perhaps the most memorable of these elections, internal elections, was the 2011 presidential primaries, which was famously dubbed the Fonka Games. While speaking at that primary in Sunjani, at the time I was the Vice President of the Republic, I had chosen to tell our teaming party supporters a legendary folk tale of the three birds, Tika, Taka, and Gangale, who through cooperation and unity gained prominence and fame in their community through their harmonious rendition of melodious tunes. With their three different voices rising in unison, they wowed their audiences with their superlative performances. No sooner had they achieved fame than arrogance, pride, and envy caused them to go their separate ways. Now their combined voices, which once rose in those melodious tunes, gave way to solitary, jangling, and discordant sounds, which drew them scorn and opprobrium from the same crowd that had doted on them previously. They soon fell from their lofty perch as the most admired group in their community. The gravamen of that tale I told over a decade ago is that in unity lies strength. And this still rings eternal, and it appropriately captures the danger of allowing ourselves to be torn apart by avoidable conflict and disunity. Individual aspirations and interests must be subsumed under the larger interest of the NDC and our dear country Ghana, which is in dire need of rescue from the hopelessness and the dark abyss that we have been thrown into by this government. What is taking place today is not just an election to determine who occupies what position in the top echelons of the NDC. What we're doing here today would amount to a declaration of intent by us to lead the broad masses of Ghanaians in one big push to dislodge this government, which has been abject and dismal in the governance of this country, at the next polls in 2024. This is an absolute national imperative, and we cannot fail at it. At this point, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to appreciate the hundreds of thousands of friends, supporters, and members who responded to my call to support our fundraising for this 10th National Delegates Congress. Even though our call for support came rather late, I'm happy to announce to you that through small mobile money payments of 10 Ghana cedis each, donations and deposits into our National Congress account, we received a total of 1,083,000 cedis in 12 days. This is a demonstration of the love Ghanaians generally and members of the NDC have for our party and the worthy cause we are embarked on. I also wish to express my appreciation through this medium to other donors who wish to remain anonymous, but who helped us to make up the shortfall in our budget for this Congress. We also received material donations, including bags, thousands of bags of water, rice, event logistics, and other non-monetary gifts to support the Congress. To all such donors, I stand on behalf of the party and say to you, Ayiko, thank you. I want to use this opportunity to demonstrate to all that there's a fundamental responsibility on our part, especially as executives and party supporters, to help finance the party. We cannot leave party financing on the shoulders of just a few people. To buttress this point, I wish to pay tribute and salute our chairman of Trifu Ati Mokwa constituency in the Central Region, Mr. Hakim Adai, who I noticed while going through the list of people who donated to this Congress. Mr. Hakim Adai, chairman of Atimokwa Central Region, made a cash donation of 10,000 Ghana cedis through his local GCB branch to our Congress account. Mr. Hakim Adai, I salute you. Thank you very much. And I wish to personally meet you, to shake hands with you after this opening ceremony. So look out for me. Ladies and gentlemen, the good people of Ghana have suffered 6 years of appalling misrule, corruption, waste, arrogance, nepotism, and abuse of office, human rights violations, and economic mismanagement never before seen in our history. Pain and anguish have swept through the land and left in their wake a people buffeted on all fronts who need all the inspiration and hope we can muster. 6 years of reckless and irresponsible mismanagement of the economy has rendered our people broken and struggling to survive from one day to the next. The Akufo-Addo and Bawumia government have supervised the worst economic conditions in several decades and brought upon us hardship that an entire generation of our population has never witnessed before in all our existence. The life savings of Ghanaians, their business capital, their pensions, and the very survival of our commercial banks and insurance companies are threatened by the first debt restructuring ever undertaken by our country. And this is because of the reckless borrowing of the finance minister and the economic management team led by His Excellency the Vice President. 0% in 2023, a measly 5% and 10% interest will be paid in 2024 and 2025, respectively, with minimal installments of principals due for payment to be made over a 5 to 15-year period. Meanwhile, several individuals and pensioners cannot guarantee that they will be alive by 2037 to see the final 41% maturity of their principal. Our dear country Ghana, that has been a poster boy of democracy, good governance, and economic progress, stands on the brink of bankruptcy and economic ruin. Yet, we have a president who enjoys spouting the rhetoric of self-respect and restraint from begging Western nations for support. And yet he has spent the last several weeks on the telephone with Western leaders, asking them to beg the IMF to grant Ghana the recently announced staff-level agreement for an extended credit facility. Our dear nation has never been so put to shame and come close to being a beggar nation as we are today. And yet, this is the same person who only yesterday said, Ghana enye ohiamai, yet isikaso ekom diye. This NPP government has done the worst to erode the belief of Ghanaians in our democracy. Many Ghanaians see their situation as hopeless and are willing to take the hazards of dying in the Mediterranean Sea or electrocution on a high-tension transmission line in Kaswa. But countrymen and women,
Let us not despair. They say the darkest hour is before the dawn. And they also say, in every adversity, we find opportunity. And Bob Marley also says, when one door is closed, another is open. Ghana shall rise to a new dawn. Part of the process of turning the fortunes of our dear nation around are what is taking place today at this Congress. Ghanaians are looking up to us not to become the next government by default as a result of the failure of this administration. Ghanaians are looking up to us to be the choice because we're a better alternative. We must not win by default of the lapses of this administration, but we must win because we are the better alternative to govern this country. And I've heard many people say that when we win power, we must do exactly as the MPP are doing. But I dare say, there's no use fighting for political power if we're going to commit the same mistakes and abuses the MPP has inflicted on Ghanaians. The NDC must be the government of infrastructure. The NDC must be the government that protects human rights. The NDC must be the government of economic prosperity and growth. The NDC must be the government of modesty and humility. The NDC must be the government that fights corruption and dissipation of public funds. The NDC must be the government of prudence and accountability. Our work is therefore cut out for us in the days, weeks, and months immediately following this National Congress. And therefore, we can ill afford to spend any time on unhelpful internal bickering. Let us get off our marks immediately and convince Ghanaians that in addition to our superior record in governing to that of the MPP, that we are ready to be the alternative government come 2025. The first step towards doing that is by proving that we can manage our own internal affairs and hold ourselves to an acceptable standard of behavior. And that is why I wish to reiterate my call on all of us here to be mindful of our actions and play our roles at this Congress peacefully so that we may leave here a more united and stronger force capable of leading the efforts to save Ghana from certain collapse under this MPP administration. I wish also at this juncture to repeat my position of neutrality in the various contests. Let me say again that I do not have any preferred candidate for any position. And I urge all delegates to vote based on your own appreciation of the messages of aspirants and their conviction about their capacity to work in the larger interest of the party. I stand ready to work with all those you elect to lead our great party and to contribute my quota to our objectives, which primarily revolve around saving this country and building the Ghana we want. We've gone through and passed this test many times, and I trust that we'll pass it again with flying colors this time too. Let me finally wish all aspirants the very best of luck as you go into this contest. All of you are winners in your own rights, and the courage you have demonstrated by offering yourselves in service to NDC and by extension Ghana is worth commending. As with the very nature of contest, there will be winners and there will be those who are unsuccessful in their attempt. I urge the winners to be gracious and conciliatory, and I also encourage those who do not make it to take it in their stride and remember that there's more than enough room for everyone to contribute towards the success of the NDC. Whether or not you hold elected office in the NDC, there will always be a role for you to play in the scheme of. Finally, before I take my seat, I wish to thank the Electoral Commission for coming to supervise this election in this Congress. I wish to thank the Ghana Police Service for providing security for this Congress. And I wish to thank the media who are giving us live coverage for all that you're doing for us. May God bless you, and I wish everyone a successful Congress. Thank you very much. But now, before we finish this session, when we go on break, we're coming back for the elections. But before we go, I wish to mention of some of our fallen comrades, after which we shall observe a 1-minute silence for them. And the first on the list is His Excellency J. John Rawlings, the founding father of the NDC. The late John Evans Atamils, former President of the Republic of Ghana. His Excellency Kwesi Emisa Atta, my Vice President. Captain Kojo Chikata, Justice D.F. Annan, Mr. P.V. Obeng, Mr. Nathan Kwao, Professor Kofi Awono, our former chairman, Dr. Kwabena J., our former chairman, A.A. Munufie, and Alhaji Isifu Ali, Mr. J.H. Ouswe Champong, former majority leader, Mr. Farouk Brahma, Alhaji Kojo Mama Adams, Mr. Fred Ohenekina, Ambassador D.S. Boateng, Dr. Mary Grant, Dr. Atukwashi, Victor Salome, Dr. Kaiko, Albert Bosomche Sam, Ama Beniwado, Jifa Ativo, Samuel Nyama Donko, Jijote, Hajia Jigbodi, Lionel Mobila, Oscar Meyedowo, Harry Sawyer, Charlie P., Alhaji Mobila, former Northern Regional Chairman. And only yesterday, I hear we lost A.U. Farouk of Tamale, a very outspoken supporter of the NDC. And of course, we also remember the 8 compatriots of us, Ghanaians, who were murdered in cold blood during the last elections of the year 2020. May God grant all of them, and the many others that I have forgotten to mention, may God grant them peaceful repose. And at this juncture, I ask all of you to rise wherever you are. Rise wherever you are. It also includes Professor Kwesi Botwe, who we lost only recently, Professor Kwesi Botwe. And so I ask you to rise wherever you are, and let's observe a minute's silence for them. Please, no vuvuzelas. Please silence, 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 silence. May the souls of the faithfully departed rest in peace. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Omanpenyi Dada John Dramani Mahama and the attendant canon. Esanso Mama Kwaba Bium Jumedino Election Eye, Angel Broadcasting Network. Yemfidie Ahodo Wagana Afanenina. Yemam live coverage from Accra Sports Stadium. Openyi ana yeka say ode ayena no disem abetuja brofo a wawe se ne kama ansa na meko yenua Kojo Dixon ho amana ode enchemu nia openyi kan no ma memfa sida kese ema wo a wo hwe yen ewo TV so ane Facebook wonso a wotie yen ewo radio stations ahodo so nyina across Ghana from Accra all the way to Boliga. Sanso ne emfa sida kese ema na ya brefo dansom ana yenua Wonder G ni dian kasa aye Kojo upon Treme me kwame na samba ni mabesom me ne aye me fiera Kojo Dixon Kojo Bibi abako de obenye. Ede nyame ase. Yesu ba be som kakra betumi nso ye de ba be boa dwumadie no ama na kodu ne pempen so se ye nya ya hwe no. Ensama hodo a openyi ekan o de be fam tofa.
Setie nie. Eya kan mampani John Dramani Mahama en wakasa ne mon tofa ansa na interviews ahoro ho no ye de abre omanfo. Edin kan no na ni aso papa se endi samanyokue eye Congress a moye ho adwuman omo eye kakra me wonie o wan Ghana crowd buy beje na JDM chese na ni asopa tituru pa no owura bia efra no Hakim Ade ya ono ko an wotun botom eyi 10,000 Ghana cedis aduachi wadamafo nyina achi tituru pa na ndisa manyakuyo no se wamobo akona se nyina so ma ba bia ba bedure atimi akoyie na ene wo so abro so pampam me ene watutu bi so ade ama aban a wote so se enema nkoyie emfama Ghana kura na wochiremu a na nado sori a na ehia yen na obi ehia won so sori a na sebio watamade esi won sam na akwose sroduane bia se de wo chesi IMF ya chese ne kura ma ye kura no se de bia wo pam IMF ani mumbro na chese ya de na nado ne MPP aban no enu kura hye de ndi omanum bia etia no nsomafo enhye no so ewo ho jedi masan kiremu a wase ba bia akwakoduro no wo hia ne ahokyira ba masese de Ghana for so de a wo mu ekopɛ ba bi akopɛ duane adi etia poso kura o na wo huru no watu opum ana no kura ka so a abrante ba ko ahokyira ba masese okofuru pole tententene eya transmitter pole ewa ka so a sifom wase me sifom se akom ebedi de na fanyam owuo wo so a waya mu afom brim eno anu a wo kun ho etomafo nya botre ewo mu enu achichaman ye die masa akiremu a wo sesi aye kasai enema nyanyanya mbe kasai dia akoba ne se omafo present this amanyokuo no besan ba na omba ba so Ghana empuntuo ene enkosuo mu afei ya bon tafa de kosia ne se JDM kire se so obi aka se bia wo so wo no wota so masi ana obenti achi e wa ba afa no mo ba betuye mu a won so wa yahu won ta obi achi Delegates so kwa koto aba wa sabio de obi aka kire wo no edu agina so na fa to ma obi se wo pesa won pe eno de the ball is in your court eti won ta obi achi mo hya no so emfa ema no enu achi wa san akire mu a na ba bia kwakoduro no was what didn't casa ebeviano, the pebes mabako, ama edicanfo bi, na yede a kai womo, can name and penny JJ Lawrence, coffer by, and then J.E. Bell, say, Manion Baby Crow, one casa and the former vice president, Aquasi and Mr. Atanum, and the processor, and the Pabe, ya motisho boom, didn't not say, or my be the ma party, 81 cow woman now, sorry, now what is mabako, a kai womo, 80. Minia Kwame Sambani na baby atofa bono ekosi ye nyati tesi ade em satam kopa no na ya ne wo mu no nanso wo mo share vote na se but me hunu se electoral commission ya wada o mase na wasan da Ghana Police Service se babo to tuen akoyie yesu e ba ye ya dance for se nukurani police for abom ho drama organization no bibia da no kwan so ano no enti Alaji wa haidie kojo unse sene adwumade ne tie no according to aye organizing committee no ewo mu afa miensa afa ofan edikan no aye delegates no ba wono mu eba empire ye ba bebo na ye ma obia kwaba ene ade ene ye fan na edikan ena ye fan tosu mienu ene bebia na ose ye amendment ni review o mu constitution no emu eno nso amo eni nyina awie enu no wie ape na omampanyin dada John Dramani Mahama ebe kasae and say utie background na anwum na ye ebo enti omampanyin dada John Dramani Mahama speech no and the wie ofa etoso mienu no pepepe ofa etoso miensa no enu ni do the two no that's right aha ana nienti potin a ye baaye no eye nema mienu ensachraye ewo mu constitution no mu and ahemfo na eba bedi party no enim yen nine edi yenimu enti ehun ahoboaboa na won mo yesisi a electoral commission officer bedu
ohwe grounds no ho no mu a otin say officers ne ba no mote ho wo bra mama e kasa omampanyin dada okasa wie no omunyina sorry aprosifo a owo munyina take positions wo every polling booth bi hu ni ade nyina no omunyina sa sorry a omamachi akọ the various polling booths a omukoko mane ene ade enti e twen wom say electoral commission beka say yes so ya ye crado for the delegate na offense to so miensa no ye de no so no ahihye so but Alhaji Sani wa ase no di kankan no
chairman JDM asamba ko kan very interesting na me pase ade bo Alhaji Sani say Alhaji me fa no say bia me baba be twa ntro say JDM kura ese JDM say kwamna sambani na
me na me nkro
etu ye delegate wo kwa kwato aba no a eya ahwe kwamna sambani na toma no eti se si anu a eye JDM abeka say obi a obeka say wata so me say na obenti achi bia no onsi ni hu no wo na wo ba beto abayi a anka wadwen bedane ana
ya hodo yegu ahodo bebre asema wo kan ye obi mpele obi soso no obe pele enti no bia me fa no say wo mo a wo mo mpele no mo bedoso ache wo mo a wo be pele no na nya sa beduru ni say ya obi anim say somebody be say adu abato na bedu afa asembe na wo be ka kire me nka wo be wo asempepe bi ka udi ka na dada enti saba ni say dia bibia no o ka be sesa nipa na dwene
but asana kwa bebe mo no say wo ye ebia candidate and now you aspirant na say what na ho ama je say wo tare ebia former president achi say wanu kra wata machi a say me na me delegate a picture epete ma me ne say umunyadu wo mua wo ho
adabi
wonya material papa you need the shoulders of the ex-president and send the tomato abama
ojo ni o kan no ayampa but there was the other side of it also who say yempeo wo NDC mu no John Dramani Mahama has become the most attractive personality in the party say uwo uwo sa ade no a attract ne sympathy and say ne attention for you are naturally no obi bia
charisma
no obi bia ope John Dramani Mahama sembia no naturally no will be tilting towards you in case you are a candidate or an aspirant enti onu ankasa akwane office ansa no beka nene no week no mu o release a statement say party no delegate enti no muntie ne if you no any office obi bia ni aye aspirants no mu a wonno anane office eta na chie because na man for the sade no enam when you dey the prefer say ade no aha opanyin no even in his office so a man montian back ambeka e bi ono so the chances moving forward no e be a problem Alhaji Brem
me da se say de mo kan no sa na te wa issue statement and this how you delegate na ba duru ba bi aduri na so obi say do mama e no supported to ya na wa hunu so na da wa ene o jejireje wa watamwa because say na obi anchira akwada nyame wono no de ne ho no what say ha mesimu say ma wo bia anyi ntum same do mahama beta obi achi ya kan say wie na ne ba bia beduri na wa nyame amwa wo na say obi abeka say do mama na wa ntimi anwene say bia so say nyado say wono amu abeka say obi abeka say obo a ene wa we kura wa ba no hunu ni pa otro ama no
Alhaji Sade no eya na eya adwuma ana Rollins Tamachi JJ Tamachi Alhaji Sani Tamachi eya na eya adwuma sa
de eya adwuma e bra nsama John kan ye sa wan ka dia eya adwuma namam so fi ba bonten na otimi be kan say de John kan say fi me office me tawo bi echi ano de ebenya effect no Na sɛ yɛka na nka wɔ miana no deɛ a wobɛhu sɛ ne ɛyɛ adwuma. But in fact, you are back idea. Menya sure sir. Wode saa dem kwa wobɛnya nipa 5% kura wonya.
Na Argentina aspirants no ebia the potential flag bearers no mo dɔso. Anya bia yate JDM wayi ne ho adi. Dr. Kwabena Dufo ɛwɔ hɔ. Kodwo Bonsu no mo wɔ hɔ. Argentina wɔn mo aka no wɔn ho nya kɔ no so to speak.
Yes.
Sir, yɛde mo betwa ntro sɛ Dr. Kwabena Dufo ase wɔn kra watai Kwabena akyi. Kodwo Bonsu eta Kwabena akyi. Na ase JDM nko ana wɔyɛ attractive sɛ wɔn no deɛ fa no dada nkɔfo.
Well, sir, asɛm wɔ deɛ sɛ be ayɛ ni adeɛ. Yɛfo yadeɛ na man fe me se a hunhunu. Obi a ɔbɛba bɛgyina hɔ sɛ wɔn nyinaa kyerɛ sɛ wɔn a wɔn so wɔn bɛ contest no. O trase na ɔhwɛ wɔn a sɛbe wɔn te sɛ atɛntɛwuo. Wɔn mu nyedu. O te aseɛ.
Wɔn a mo bɔ mo dire ka JDM no wɔn mu nyedu.
In terms of politics, you know, what was said, what bien what can say, Sandy Pacron Tanage.
My maintenance here, Chama Hote. And I just said, one more cano, one more yedu. Let us say unofficially, no. One more decay, you are more flag bearer, we are to hold on. Yes, if it's a wood minority leader.
Thank you.
Now, or can be said, possibly.
Or say, sir, questions menu
yes.
Omuntimi answer. Sir, questions menu near the kind and in the same. And bia 2025. John Dramani Mahama Amamonu Shasia. Economy Bain and a woman barber. What I say, one casa NDC Eba Abemua. Or say 2025. John Dramani Mahama. Abino ebe somewhere.
In fact, the one can say, Mama, that's it.
That's it. Chairman, sir, many aspirants need be out. The Messima can say, okay, fast, my year be a dear, and the end I can mump me and coffee.
Debbie, oh, Bania, near Fro Sabra. It is all the coffee I walk.
Na alaje ba ne saa na ha
na enha say the delegates na ka sa o mutie ne
mwana mo se nyam party no in fact mudi ankasa ye National Democratic na ye nyankwa abato so no be kan kire ne wa wini
that one is not in dispute. Ye democracy in the sense say se ba abato na de ye pa no wo ho a ye be ka mo te se we ni ye pa no.
And no democracy. And your authoritarian. And your authoritarian. Muna mo try and emfa. Mo ya man that.
Tie.
Enyan to aba.
Na botre. One woman eka. Eye delegates in eka. You must admit that.
Delegate kasa. Omo kasa baba. Omo de kokoboti kasa o. So nim.
Ya bi.
Samo.
Ghana delegates.
Omo de kokoboti kasa.
Ya kasa officially. Womo do omo kokromotie ne baka.
Na kasa.
Na sense abotre. Ebeduru ọrùn soso no ye wo bebre fanatics sebe wo me fanatics wo timi fansie abato kra no ye fa nkyere but wo betimi koto aba same de ma no de akyere ye nkye no ye nya ne hwe Ghana ye democracy no ye democratic congress ampa na delegate dey over what is so am
Alaji who was a corner na wo mu believe say JDM and Sambra there's nothing wrong with it anything am who said this
o problem pa na say o be say delegate no mo kan na kwan be so any e fa so aka kire o say
Alaji
me da say who be say me say kwan ya me so say delegate e fa so e kasa any a process like this one
agreed.
A process. Agreed. This is why we need say John Okoni baby. Na member na can say on one na kan say delegate are there.
That is
fear delegate.
Sa some
because delegate because
agree.
E be to am one na uko. Then so do D-Day no.
Getting different. Mama control. That was NDC MPP Congress. NDC is different from MPP. Okay. Anything no. So what can say fear delegates? What can womu didi no? Womu di adi no? Na ya say no. Who has no delegates no aka kyerɛ wo.
Alaji, Cecia, Osha NDC, women's organizer, and national youth organizer, the bread on Cape Coast on one. JDM na fa ho kana meboa. JDM afa ho kanyina. Congress here question dey. Manya ne tie say, omu wi a eka mo boy bia no anso a top up na e wono a. Cecia metesa obo one Hakim Ade. Say papa no ko ama no 10,000 cedis. Eti osi from papa no be hu no won chia no. Say we put all these elements together. One big picture.
That's right.
Ye and anameboa
me pese me ka kyerɛ sɛ ye wie no enya kyinyigie obi anyi wa kyinyi ta delegates no sama wo ka no odi ate ye wie enti no sɛ wo sika wo ne ebegyina da sika no fa kɔ yɛ nkokɔ
enti society e dia mo ya mo ye delegates no mo be ka kyerɛ other aspirants ne sɛ Montreal na JDM enko on the post. Mama mo say musika sa na mo pasa mo ka kire o maka.
Ye de yan ka sa nkyerɛ wo.
Ne mo wa fa ho adwene.
Fa ho adwene.
Yo.
Ne tu ho fo.
Sa nkomo na beto aso but opanyin nkomo no mu no ane nsɛm kan no mu no so nukrani oma at a point ye nyina we say sa wo bra na obobɔ empanyimfo a omodi party nanim nyankopɔn ato ne sa afrɛ wɔ mo ene ade JJ Rollins no mo ene ade edini bo ha ye bo na wa surprise kakra e bo na so ra ho ene ade who recall some of the members ne nyama ni bia oni omaye and their contribution to the party ana.
No, the best place ye be ka wo mo this.
That's right.
That's the best place. Ama wo mo so o ma da kura no a yanka sɛ wɔn mo nka ne baabi a wɔn mo wɔ no sɛ yɛyi wɔn mama yɛnka wɔn mo bio baabi asɛ sɛ yɛgyina ne yɛbɔ wɔn mu din no ɛne yɛabɔ no baabi a wɔn mo kɔ no so yɛnto punu no.
That's right.
Obiara bɛtumi akɔ
yɛn
nyinaa bɛkɔ ɛnu ti no mefi sɛ the right forum ɛne yɛabɔ wɔn mu din asɔre gyina hɔ for 1 minute silence ɛde ahyɛ wɔn mo animuonyam. It is in the right direction.
About JJ Rollins Dino, or you see a certain description, the founder of the NDC. Some people in the NDC are not comfortable with that title, the founder of the NDC. Unswe. For the record purposes.
No.
For the record purposes.
Already no krano. Nka mamre kwanso no. Nka si edika ebe busuafo akyɛw yɛnka wɔn ya amammerɛ kwan so ansa na nkia bobodi nyinaa ɛyɛ nsɛm no me yɛ adwene but ɛbaa ne sei no yɛaka nyɛ afei na wɔbi te nkyɛn a wɔno so ɛbɛka no adwene asase amanfoɔ koma ɛno deɛ once a wɔkɔ no wɔkɔ na ɛduru baabi a historians ne bɛtwerɛ records no ahyehyɛ no a sɛme na mɛtwerɛ o Sao na obetro, sao na obetro. Ube hunu kwanya obefa so. Edru sa founders no a na wo soro bia na de atwere obu. Na ha de me choice as at now.
Alaji yenhwe bibi. Alaji mu asomra ha. JD amokasa no.
Yep.
Osi IMF. Nanado sori a osi ehia yen. Endra kura was okay bi. Sa wo hwe NDC amanya kuro no a. Asa IMF no ma protect ma ko bi pen. Na nado ka se won pen mo ka so oboa obekọ en wakoye. Okoye no so. Se se akwa se akoye huro kakra. Se wo so won pe, se wo pe. Asa mu twa picture bi ato se 2024 NDC awe ni a IMF wa de we feature no mo besan abia ko hobio
asam no sade e usiti no o interpret here no onye wrong in the sense say south national one dan kwan no a na fa ba bia fa no asanete in the first place who can say ye ka kire om say won beko won so won ko won ko Nina Jina, Mamma Bonia, Yehunia, Yan Yakobida, any Yehuna, the Quintia, Mia Coy. No, Mamma, I'm a from a hospital.
I'm a from the hospital.
A hospital.
Sadisel.
Aha, maybe Chiro. Obako, Kakana, the Coy. Meso Mekono, me the fever, and a coy, and will be qua. What the ambulance mu? Any idea the Akatan in the identity America? Anything, I'm a friend and your pet and our deco. No mum aging a quano swab by fast swab or the Becono, and only a seminal. Yet, ye, your chroma haddy. Yenny a prior, Yenya Japadiano, young Resi. Any idea, ya can. Woma sono etiseke adie kawura wanwa amene woma ante na wo kwa yanka chiro se ko ba bia waduru no se wo ko hospital so wo ko na ati se dua wo nyini no okuta nhini wo ma ni nyini wi a wo twa atwene a wo bre sa na yade ete eye no ana odi America na wo ko doctors ni betimi aboa and woman calling them, and I got some baby. Yahoo, dear Yakan, see a bois. Also, woman can swim, woman cobia. Woman, you know, castle or monko. Ye proud people, yet to say, and in answer, and ya also say, Monko. I so try out the ano, Obeja and Wajan them. So go to two of Ubaba during the giant sunny at the bow. Yakopa. Edia be puasu mo eno ne ye kaja sense dia ne ewuru wo mo na se si dia waso odin nti ene se ye besiru nti no na so wo kwa se ya na ya ite on fa ho tototo sa dabi ne obeji wani so
maya de chama na wo ka bibi
am say ensem na alaji akyerkyerem no Mekai, I'm say, Emreno soon, say, NPP aban, Yahoo Wabua Ako, na Omampany, another Danko Kufuado, Efre, Iraq, Rufurata Finance Minister. So on Shassia and Tuanamo, no, I'm a phone coding and come on near the no. Almost one person much him say, I, one more I'm a phone more connedia. Efe, a chain, a yenia, and this for no, a croyano. No mu die ya moko ekura no NDC for na tutu nyama yie enti na ama wo mo so kura no wo mo ko ye sa IMF ho no mo
that's a sobo no stay no NPP e de o je kura no de band
e na alaji so akirem ho se obi wo ha okọ oditipaye ene kroye obi wo ha wo ko ne nan ba ko ene atwa obi nso ekọ no oda ambulance mu ene ya hye nose mask intensive care ni mbese alaji kirem say MPP for the normal coin, and the Bia intensive care, the Enibia.
I did about Consua and Sana JD and Becasano.
Yeah,
Asamba Kwamati, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, a minority leader.
Yes.
Now, what can be said? President Nanado statement of Common American Memo say Burkina for Abetna Atua Monsafre, Russia, Abetna Pempemono. Reckless. Sabe Preduasa. One can't canyashi. And I say, Casagunu. But Chessian and I don't should be Biaba say, see something, say something. Tell us what did they make?
Yes.
President Noir say, see something, say something. And what she say, Russia for Ababetna, Burkina. And what say our American memo. And security wise, no, and Yadepa, so I can say, Yapan Pamunya, a Jabia and I also. My own party, a condemn.
And I do comment. Why no?
Unim Ghana, a member of the non-aligned movement. One more creative side movement. No? We have Tito of Yugoslavia. Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, and then Kwame Nkrumah of blessed memory. One will thank for and a form non-alignment, you know. non-alignment group no yemu say ye dey no form and non-alignment no there was tension between Soviet Union and America. So they want to stay non-aligned. They will not align themselves to Russia or to America. That was the essence of the non-aligned movement.
And the alleged say, "Who feel threatened? Say, be about potemu. Now, what can one do to bet me at Wunya? Now, because of
maybe, yeah. Yanu Burkina Faso, Yanu Omonte Bonnet, Yanu Russia and Tibonnet. Now, such statement now foreign minister and the president and MI, and can say diplomatically, no, and can so exercise caution to condemn Ukraine, but not the way they did. Say no, yet do be a wrong. Oh, yeah, major now Russia. Oh, yeah, major now America. They will be a. As I speak to you right now, Europe, one more band. Russia, oil, ni grain, ni bibia, fertilizers. Woman, Makwansi and Tonema, European countries, Russia and Tonema, but no any other country. Next, Uber condemn Russia, the dinner time, so attacking Ukraine. Number Busa say, are you aware, sir? America so attack other countries.
Alaji, me pass a share. Me pass a substance now was stated to me say. One, I no cross Russia for better Burkina.
There will be any.
Number two, I not threatening. And you,
maybe. ADNT, unim say Russia for no be replacing France. Won't be replacing France because Burkina Faso for under France, no, they are claiming say they are not secured. Why would they make no? Anything we say align ne Wagner from Russia. Anything already no Santo Pano na the France ko. And no na Russia for e ba ya wo mo ko. E ya Maghreb for no a. E na wo mo ne wo mo e na eku. E no Russia for no abeto aso. Se o chemo a and can say diplomatically no Ghana timi support ambassador no so mra
Burkina
ambassador Russia ambassador
okay
so feel threatened
okay
no abusan say oh bema yankrofo yakura ye soldier for betimi abebo amo ne no ma ko na ba wo mo ba ne say won be chire mu through the diplomatic process. No one will say here. You don't wake up one day, say, one way threatened. Say, America threatened what? Any Labeko. Only baby, I copy you. And then America, you know what you, only me da, Obeka so for decision be. Yet I know Obeka chasing in your 40. Near saying, I Obeka.
And sir, NDC, should send this about power. Na bibi say sia mo ba kama no atum
oh there be me chere say there was a way one more option than the one more ba bonten be ye no
diplomatic means
through the diplomatic corridor the door is open go there and talk diplomatically ubetimi ehunu see e bebo wa na aye moa na mom so obedi America I member of the non-alignment movement no now who complain to America. Say unim say womu ye enemies no but now ye America for no Russia woman swap prisoners to other no mu be a diplomatic door enti uni womu deal ya no ahwe
Alhaji Sani and then no atutwe aye enkomo no Alhaji Sani a founding member of the National Democratic Congress NDC Amanyakonum Sanso a former first vice chairman for the party in the Ashanti region. Okay, Alhaji Yadasi reply besanso about ho. Says here make us say you other political parties so one more about Jumedie Ebie and Alhaji Bema some small break bi won na yemfa GCPP for almost eba ha bi na kakra almost ebe che wase no omayehu nia ekoso we hear a live coverage of the 10th National Delegate Conference and our Congress ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ ɛyɛ Accra Sports Stadium. Ɛna yɛpeke all the feed. Send yɛtie pia yɛde abrɛwɔ. Bibi bia beto fam bia na de bebrɛw on all affiliates across Ghana. Angel 102.9 FM Wakra. Angel 95.5 ɛwɔ Takrade. Sanso so ɛna Taste 90.9 ɛwɔ Kofodia.
Mami wɔ delegates ni mu ɛwɔ Northern Region side hɔ bɛɛ.
That's right.
Wɔn mu a ɛte sɛ ufiri Accra Central ɛɛba anaasɛ ufiri Independence Square ɛɛba ɛhɔ baabi wɔn te ne Kwame na.
That's right.
Asɛ ambulance bi si hɔ. O yare a utumi kɔ kɔgye ayarehwɛ.
That's right.
Ɛhɔ na mefa Kwame na cigar.
Efie gu ana.
Hey.
Efie ato bi si efie ato.
Efie ato bɛyin. Kwame na sɛ envelope brown bi ne kura kwabrane. Ɛna wakaya no wade odi na akɔ. Wakaya no wade odi na akɔ. Wakaya no wade odi na akɔ. Na meba no mesia obi a ɔyɛ advocate for otukɔ no. Ɛna ɔka kyerɛ me sɛ asma meka yi sisi a obi de camera to hɔ ɛhwɛ deɛ meka yi. Kwame na ɔka kyerɛ me sɛ cash ya ɛkɔ sotu ya no hɔ ne nyɛ ize. Me amani ahu bi o. Money dey there. The ɔde kɔ yɛ deɛ mintumi nkyerɛ.
Ne ɔde de si asika na ba.
Disika kɔ mintumi nkyerɛ.
Ne enti a ɔde ba nso.
Kwame na me do na sɛ ɛfa baabi so ɛbɔdze general so. Otie. Wobɛte ye general ye ɛhɔ baabi ne yɛkyɛ sika no. Enti ba ne kɔ yɛ deɛ minim.
Kyɛ when we last minute activities 11th hour activities one here no so betimi asesa.
Kwame na woda sabre we yasa woda Kwame na
enne be before wase.
Hey brown envelope set tie nie ese Kwame na amatoam ɛna wo
oyima oju dia na wokɔ
ene mo
ojia na wokɔ
ene mo jollof
ene mo jollof
wo mo cha Kwame na
akokɔ nam da so
to anywhere wo sa wo mo ye dede ho ɛhɔ pɛ after the ambulance baby wo mo dira na wo mo ye dede no one
ambulance na ye baby echire dos ne ade
ɛhɔ ene dai Kwame na ɛhɔ de papa enye ize ɛhɔ de papa enti omo eti de aye omo ka ene omo de te
last minute action
Kwame na mawie baduma o
me da se no kwankwansa me da se pa ado akwaba
Kwame na me da se
bibia bɔkɔ de
yamna dum
GCPP mo se to nsa frɛ mo message amode brɛ mo na yɛ de be message na mode brɛ wo mo sa
Kwame na maminchi a ahwɛfo na minchi awara na menka de NDC amanyoku say if a 1992 constitution na yan fourth republic here it mean you want in Sinchen until at this time it is important today all of us as opposition political parties we need to present ourselves as a better alternative to Ghanaians. Inti, what was a friend? As someone make a try one in them. As they prepare to take over power, Israel economy makes Morocco. In a Morocco do try yes COVID-19, Russia and Ukraine war and no some. You cannot deal with our economy without using the domestication principles. It says so Mampenyin John Mahama, Nancy Anne Kase Okain. It says your Mampenyin Akufo-Addo Nsem Okaya. Domestication yaza yen to me yin in Sininchen. Na ya ma ya omani yes it no ya strong. Ya ma ya economy no on fani tampemfra. It is ochina bi na sa China se woro akwa on fa ya if we are really doing domestication. It asema na make a try when them. One kind there. We're prepared to 2024 elections. Domestication should be a cross-cutting theme across every aspect of our economy. Now, yeri baby ya ina ya titin or ya attack dogs. Yeri baby ya sena ya titin jete wofie. Now you unleash one to our opponent. We should be very careful. Some of these dogs come back to bite us hard in our internal elections. Ye will be going into their elections. Nyama wakeka for one. What it's what to Nadi in our public. It does on Trey Mayan. Since Israel radio, Israel social media, the kind of insults that we are using as politicians, or your own Ghanaian, or your own patriotic, on same factor for our value system as Ghanaians. In Chiriba Israel, it's Yama the Mufani in our Nanon, so politics about ideas, and it shouldn't be an insult. Now, a political party or a political system which shows decorous. Honorable boy, my yama, or some Aquan Vantefra. It's Yakade, Bibia, when I do, bro. One select in the Yumufa. Ball boy against a Warbokomi. You need a particular kind of players in 2024. It's my mom, you know, a panasam, a yimpa, no. Shade, yimpa has no to one position I know to. Obotum Waba Kensin in 2024, and those are the things that we told them.
Them domestication as Hurricane. The NDC, yes, is preparing itself for the 2024 contest. As to whether they will win or they will not, it is a different story altogether. But if domestication, you still hold on to it. Nana can want them, John Dramani Mahama can want them there. Then why not the people rather who are in the helm of affairs? That is the MPP, that we must be hitting them hard to accept that this time around it's a domestication issue that they should rather carry along than one district, one factory. We need a policy like that. But for instance, planting for food and job. Why not the current government who is in power than the NDC who probably may not be in power? MPP for you want to several times during the Congress. Mobobodo. Unfortunately, one man to me and Cassie, but your bodo and when Jabiari Yano, Mobodo say Google missing CCR, Google citizen and Tudaza. Even several times I mark them. This government needs to go back to the drawing board because what about Bemuno? What can say about domestication? Planting for food and jobs. They are not looking at our import drive. They are not looking at our import drive. Can you take over? Yeah, go ahead. Any citizen at Dazi, Wano and our General Secretary Adema Aye GCPP, and then no adjutant Aye and Common. Wano Eka Aye and Nema Hodwa, was to say a bebo mine, a Mubako, Aye domestication, Ira Danlati, founder of that party, no, at the 2 Aye. Honorable Abdul Aziz, also Abeka, yes, our Hase, Obeni Aquaba. Now, what Mike away? Aha, except to say that my tree is terribly bad. Anyahe, but maybe I will call there. Yamiado, very good, very good. So far, how is Congress going? Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to your listeners. So far, so good. I think that Congress is progressing well. I'm certain that very soon the voting process will begin. The various speakers have spoken. I'm sure the delegates have made up their mind. And I pray and hope that at the end of the day, the best candidates would win for this party and for our country. How na campaigns so during campaigns some ahodo na akoso leakage of tapes, accusations, counter accusations near there. So far no how happy or unhappy have you been until now? I should be very frank with you that I am particularly not happy with some aspects of the campaigns, especially relative to the chairmanship. The accusations and counter accusations, and the issue of leaked tapes. Yeah. I wish we had done these campaigns in a more decorous manner, but I think that all is not lost. We can still be able to go through Congress well. Some of these things are avoidable, and I'm sure we are going to learn the lessons going into the 2024 general elections. This is not a battle. This is just an internal, especially in my constituency and northern region. Of course, I also communicate for the party. Tama na Yera Haruna Drisu Kasano okomande mo edamo ase dwumaden amoye no 2020 mo increase membership seat of parliament no at the course mo nya at least a hang parliament. Muahokika Ohenia Kosoaha and they are going into 2024 election. He is hoping, sir, you will increase the figures even more. What do you see? Are you hoping that you can get to where the is dreaming of?
I am very certain that come December 7, 2024, the NDC is going to win more than 2/3 of the parliamentary seats. Yes, it is on record, and that is what the venerable honorable leader alluded to, that we increase our number of seats from 106 to 137. KTC here, Aruna Idrisu, our flag bearer, Chairman Ampofo, and our General Secretary, and the entire party machinery. It is unprecedented that just from one election to the other, a party would increase their number of seats in Parliament by the margin that the party was able to achieve. If not for some seats that we lost, including my own seat, regrettably, I am sure the NDC would have been in majority. I am hoping and praying that we would be able to maintain our current seats, and we can be able to pick some seats, especially in the northern part of the country, not forgetting my own constituency, the Karaga, the Gushegu, the Zabzugu, and the Tatalis. These are all traditional seats for the NDC, and some way, somehow, we lost them. When we are able to recapture them, I'm sure we will not just form the majority, but overwhelming majority. At least for the first time in the history of our country, a party would be able to boast of 2/3 of the seats in Parliament. That I am very certain about.
Yeka Parliament and the parliamentary season, Yemura Parliament and Kasa. Ejumanu Uomua, Uhuni different. Or outside and so Uhuni different. So far, the performance of your members of Parliament, saying how has their performance been this time with the hang Parliament?
The minority caucus have given a very good account of themselves, led by Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Honorable Aveji Muntaka, and the other two deputy whips. They have done extremely well. They have been able to hold government accountable. At least for the first time, you know that Parliament has gone through a censure motion over a minister. That is unprecedented in the history of our democratic journey. I am very satisfied that the minority have given a good account of themselves. Yes, of course, if you have never had a feel of how Parliament and parliamentary procedure goes, you may unnecessarily sometimes accuse the minority. But if you have an experience, a feel of what they go through, and the politics in the House, you would appreciate the efforts of the Haruna Idrisu-led minority. I doff my hat to them. I think they can do better. They are doing. There's always room for improvement. The Honorable Adongo, the Honorable Atoforsen, Sami Okujota Blakwa, all of them, the entire minority caucus are giving a good account of themselves. I would ask the rank and file of the party to continuously support the minority caucus for them to be able to lead us into capturing more seats and winning the presidency, to be able to rescue this country from the failure of Nana Akufo-Addo and the MPP.
And now, friends, so still in Parliament, for the first time, Yenya, a member of the minority, becoming the Speaker of Parliament. So the Speaker is coming from your fold. His performance so far, your expectation of him initially, and how he has
that was the first achievement of the minority, and in the wee hours of the 7th of January to the early part of 8th January. Yeah. You saw how they sacrificed for the seat of the speakership, and we eventually got Right Honorable Bagbin elected as the Speaker of Parliament. You'll recall that even before Bagbin was even elected, the MPP led by Nana Akufo-Addo had already gone ahead to print their brochure with Honorable Mike Okwe's picture. Yeah. But Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Honorable Muntaka, and the entire minority were able to secure some votes from the other side to be able to snatch the office of the speakership. The speaker is supposed to be a neutral player, a player that would play the balancing act. I think that he has done that, and I think that it has inured to the benefit of this country. At least for the first time, an attempt was made to reject a budget that we felt was not in the interest of the people of this country. You also saw how the minority were able to frustrate the passage of the e-levy bill, a bill that, if it was passed in the manner and way that the MPP wanted it, would have imposed more hardships than we are currently experiencing. I have also heard that the minority has given a clear indication that, yes, of course, they have passed the budget statement. It is just the principles that they have passed. They have promised to hold government accountable and to resist some tax handles. Those tax handles, if passed, would worsen the economic hardship that we are going through. The minority have promised to stand by the general public, to stand by the poor Ghanaian, and that they will resist any attempt to impose an additional 2.5% of VAT. They have promised to resist the amendment to the e-levy bill that would abolish the 100 cedis threshold and several other tax handles that the minority is convinced that, if passed, would not inure to the benefit of the people of this country.
Minim say what a minority leaders and in fact chief whips Honorable Muntaka Mubarak and a recent comment about the Speaker of Parliament. He thinks the Right Honorable more or less has been like a dictator. There are certain things he does. It makes him behave as if the House of Parliament is a palace and he's in his kingdom and all that. Yeah, I don't know if you have heard those comments from the minority chief whip.
Yes, I did. But if you have ever worked with Honorable Muntaka, you will know the caliber of person he is. He will resist any imposition. Honorable Muntaka would always speak his mind. It doesn't matter who is involved. He has, even under Michael Quay, he had tough times with Michael Quay.
Yeah.
And so it is just an indication that, yes, Honorable Bagbin.
Any indication said that minority are not happy with his behavior, because some are even asking him. In fact, some of the issues that they think that he has been so reluctant to deal with has to do with the issue of Adjoa Safo's continuous absence from the house, against standing orders and all that, and he seemed not to be bothered and all that. They are not happy with him.
Ghanaians couldn't have been lucky than now to have Honorable Bagbin, the most experienced member of Parliament, the longest serving member of Parliament.
Yes.
I think he has served Parliament for about 7 terms,
yes,
if my memory serves me right. And so to have a hung Parliament, a Parliament of 137 for each of the two parties, with one member being an independent, we couldn't have gotten a better speaker than Honorable Bagbin, who is not just a lawyer, but has lived the 1992 Constitution, has practiced the 1992 Constitution, has lived and practiced all the speakers of Parliament. Yes, and so in his attempt to work a fine balance between his party and the national interest, some of these things are bound to happen. But I think that at the end of the day, we are convinced there is more room for improvement. His opinion, irrespective of who is involved.